Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone. Wherever you may be in the world, welcome along to the FRS 420. FRS's first endurance race, official endurance race. And this afternoon, my time, or as I say, morning or evening, wherever you might be, we will be treated to 7 hours around the famous Autodromo Enzo e Dino Ferrari, better known as Imola. My name is Greg Harrison. I will be with you for most of the day. I won't be doing the full 7-hour shift solo because that is a lot of talking, and I value my voice somewhat. So I'll certainly be here with you for qualifying, and then the first stage of the race. There may be various parts of the stream that are commentator-less, but I'll be back at various points over the course of the day. And we'll also have Mr. Roy Weller stepping in towards the middle part of the race as well. 17 cars are here for this half-an-hour qualifying session. And we're currently looking at the number 12 car, of being driven by Conor McDermott. This is the FRS Team Line entry. As you might expect, with this being an FRS race, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 FRS teams with an FRS name to their team. Unfortunately, the graphics here don't actually bring up the team names, which is a shame, because I've got to go by my little Excel sheet that I've got here. My other gripe is with the sim racing website, which displays first name and then first initial of surname, which is very much not how one commentates, more often than not. So as you can see, qualifying is taking place in nighttime conditions. We've got 30 minutes, and we will see on the timing tower on the left, we should be cycling between this currently, well, what we're looking at now is the session best relative. Of course, we don't have a time on the board from anyone yet, and we will cycle between that and the personal best relative as well, just so we can see who is improving relative to their own best time. Of course, the nighttime qualifying means that we are neglected the chance to fully appreciate a lot of the custom liveries that are in play for this event. It's a FRS staple, really, the custom livery. This is the FRS Team Line entry, the LimeWire inspired livery. And it wasn't Conor McDermott, it's actually Hercules Harkima behind the wheel for this qualifying session. Starting to get some times arriving on the board in this early part of the session. It's a 41.8 from Gabriel Gonçalves in the number 69 FRS Team Lemon entry. And then both other times are only a couple of tenths shy of that. So Pirello in one of the Aston Martins, and Thomas Spike in another one of the Aston Martins, the number 67 FRS Monkey car. If you ever need to feel old, spend a Sunday morning Googling how to correctly pronounce monkey. Just concluding this lap with Harkima in the LimeWire car. Across the line, and it is a time, well, it looks like the time possibly, unless we're coming across the line now, it's at that time. I need to learn whether the line's at the start or the end here in Imola. It looks like that time might have been invalidated. So no good this time around. Still fairly close at the top. Checking in on the number 153, which is the Regis Picombier coursing team entry. I was going to say their debut in an FRS event, but of course this is the FRS's debut endurance event. Pirello has now gone quickest on a 41.2. That's despite Gonçalves improving to a 41.5 and Thomas Spike improving to a 41.8. So in the early stage of this session, as you can see, we've got lots of cars within a second of each other, which is exactly what we want to see. That is suggesting that we're on course for a solid race this afternoon. Currently looking at personal best deltas, so if they're green, they're improving on this lap. If they are red, they've invalidated the lap. And if it's black, it means they're slower than a previous best effort. Plus 32.76 specifically means they're in the pit lane. Checking in now with the FRS safety car. This is the FRS team race control entry. FRS often runs with a safety car in its GT series events, and this is a nod to the livery of that car, normally on a Chevrolet Camaro, today on a BMW M4. And it's Mitchell van Winsum, the Dutch driver, behind the wheel. Currently in P8. I've got two timing screens here, and at the moment those two timing screens are not quite lining up, which is making my job slightly more difficult than I was hoping for. I'm showing on my timing screen on my second monitor that Lars Schneider is actually in P6 with a 143.2. But at some point, we will learn which of these is more trustworthy. There's not a lot of cars on the circuit at the moment that are particularly lighting up the timing screens. We've had a sort of initial couple of salvos, and now just settling into the remaining 21 minutes of this qualifying session. Check in with Gonçalves in the FRS Team Lemon entry. His car number 69 for today. He was up through the Tamburello chicane, but has lost quite a lot of time on the exit of that section. So it looks like this lap is already in the bin before it's even begun. Slowest time at the moment belongs to the number 369 entry, which is Orca Pose Racing. A big welcome to them and their Porsche 911. Interested to see how the Porsche goes around Imola. Still Thomas Pirello at the top of the timing screens with a third of the session gone, so still plenty of time for everybody else to try and match that time. Check in with Gabriel Mugnol in the number 105 Ferrari. This is the Crofty Posting French Guiana team, who we also welcome along to FRS. We hope all of the newcomers have a good race today. Mugnol currently going a second faster than his previous best. Across the line and moves up to P8 in the session on a 1:43.4. So still a couple of seconds shy of the outright pace. Car there getting out of the way as Munoz comes into turn 1. He's shown P7 as we see it. My other timer screen is saying P8. I really wish I could work out what the difference is. It's definitely not registering the time from Lars Schneider for whatever reason. Let's see if I can possibly reset the graphics package here. Hopefully we can fix things up. It didn't work. Excellent. Exactly what we wanted to see. I don't know if I have the powers of mod to ban the bot, but I'm going to try. I do have the powers of mod. As I say, according to my timing screen via ACC Race Control, I'm showing a top 6 of Pirello, Gonçalves, Spike, Chibbles, Nordemir, and Schneider. And then it's Harkema, Munoz, Van Winsum, and Van der Heijden making up the rest of the top 10. We've got Actonese in the Honda in P11. I think he's running on circuit behind possibly the track.eu car, which is car number 35, if I'm not mistaken. Currently being driven by Albert Judge. And forgive me if I've butchered the pronunciation of that name. So, Actonese today. The Turkish driver is in the FRS Team Grape car. He's coming out of the second Ravazza now. And is quite a way up on their previous best time here, so should improve. Did lose a little bit of time coming out of that final corner. But across the line. And in fact doesn't improve because we invalidated that lap. So, there we go. At the moment, we are showing quite a lot of green on the screen. We're going to check in with the LimeWire car. FRS team liners. Harkema goes 4th quickest. Still a second shy of Pirello's outright pace at the front. But that's a good time from Harkema. We've also got Thomas Spike going quicker. He's just got up into P2 in the FRS Team Monkey Aston Martin. Also improving at the moment is Nordemir in the FRS Team Alpine Lexus. It's an Alpine Lexus. Car number 269. Across the line and improves to P4 ahead of Harkema. So the times are beginning to tumble. We've now got 4 cars in the 141s. Pirello's time of a 141.175. Still the outright best in this session. Spike is a couple of tenths shy. Gonçalves in the Team Lemon entry is P3, about 4 tenths back. And then Nordemir for FRS Team Alpine, 3/4 of a second back. Check back in with Actonese, who is again going about a second quicker in the Honda this time around. That should be enough to put them up into the top 10. Assuming this lap is completed without error. And it is indeed good enough for 10th place on a 1:44.0. So, quite a long way shy of the absolute best pace, which is in the low 41s at this point. But it's a long race. It's a very long race. And the important thing is to keep everything together in one piece. It's the FRS Team Lemon entry. Gabriel Gonçalves behind the wheel. He's currently showing us up by a couple of tenths on this run. So we will stick with the FRS Team Lemon car as it comes down towards the 2 Rivazza corners to complete another lap. 14 minutes to go in this qualifying session for the FRS 420. FRS's first full endurance event. Gonçalves across the line, lost a little bit of time at the final corner. And that means that he remains P3. Not enough to better the time of Thomas Spike, who is the car who we just see keeping out of the way there, the white Aston Martin. Elsewhere, first time on the board for Christophe Demey in the number 105 Crofty posting French Guiana team, Ferrari. Up into the top 10. I think we've had a car disconnect from the session. I'm not sure immediately which one. Looks like whoever was in P7, possibly a driver change, actually, for the number 420 car, which is FRS Team Banana. Camilo Dehan has either just temporarily disconnected or it's a driver change there. A car currently in P7. Chance to check in with Bruno Cini, who's just completing a lap in the FRS Team Brazil entry. This one in the 90s Williams-inspired livery. And Bruno Cini improves up to 12th position with that time. I know the screen shows 14th, but trust me, when I'd say we're looking at P12 for that car at the moment, just ahead of Van Collenberg's Porsche. First time on the board for the number 95 car. Currently driven by Kevin Kovac. The number 95 car is the Pumpkin entry. This car being shared between Kovac and Charlie Chibbles. It was Chibbles in the car in the early part of the session. Kovac has now taken over the wheel. And that entry is in P6. Checking again with Gonçalves, who is again showing up by about a quarter of a second on their previous best. If you now is bring up the session best relative times, you can see how close it is at the front. Barely 0.3 of a second splitting the top 3 cars, and at the moment Gonçalves has got a couple of tenths in pocket on their previous best time. So this could challenge the outright best time set by Thomas Pirello. Little bit of traffic keeping off the circuit there. Hopefully that didn't cost Gonçalves too much time. As the Nissan heads towards the 2 Rivazza corners. In the ballpark for a very low 141 here. Might even sneak into the 1 minute 40s across the line. And Gonçalves produces an excellent time to go quickest of all on a 141.0. FRS Team Lemon have joined the party. Now looking at Thomas Spike in the number 67 FRS Team Monkey entry. If there's a preferred pronunciation of that, let me know, but Google told me that's what I should be going for. I'm too old for memes. It's a sad day. Spike at the moment pretty much matching his previous best time on this run. Full send into the chicane. But by the looks of things, has invalidated the lap this time around. So this one won't count. We'll remain on a 1:41.3. We've got just under 9 minutes left in this session. And with the FRS Team Grape car, driven by Gürkan Akdeniz. And that's a solid improvement again from the Turkish driver up to P8 in the number 385. Checking in now with Nick Booth in the Team Dog entry, the number 96 Mercedes AMG. Currently languishing in what my screen shows as P14 because again we've got an error with Lars Schneider's time in the number 18 car. Who's making the most progress at the moment? It seems to be Ivo van Collenberg in the number 369 Porsche. This is the Orca-Pose racing car, currently in P12. Even though the standing table on the screen says P10, because ultimately we're losing control between the two screens here. It's not showing that improved Gürkan Akdeniz time. Although you can see that this car is 3.1 seconds off the pace, while the others are less off the pace than this. Van Collenberg now across the line. And improves to P9. So it looks at the moment like it's a fight between the top two in the session. We are looking at Thomas Pirello in the number 153 Aston Martin. This is the Regis Picon-Bière coursing team. I assume this is a livery that we haven't got because we've got a couple of cars here that are showing as all white. My guess would be is not the intention. Didn't quite get the first sector right there. So this lap is immediately in the bin. And Pirello pulling over to one side, possibly to return to garage here. We're checking with Kevin Kovac in the number 95 car. This is the Pumpkin. Team Pumpkin. Currently P6. At the moment up by around 3/10 on their own previous best. With about 5.5 minutes left to go in the qualifying session. Of course, this is just qualifying before a 7-hour endurance event. So qualifying is not the most important thing in the world for two reasons. One, because it is a 7-hour race. And two, because this is FRS. And the golden rule is qualifying, historically, isn't the most important thing in the world. Is that Kevin Kovac? I don't think improved on that time. I think invalidated, unfortunately, for Team Pumpkin. Check in with Albert Judge in the McLaren. The number 35 Track.eu racing team. Entry is 3.2 seconds off the ultimate pace at the moment. Behind this we've got a couple of cars who look like they're not going to be setting a time in the session. Although Matt Parker in the number 6 FRS Team Blueberry? No, Team Cush. So many FRS cars. This is the FRS Team Cush car. Heading out onto the circuit now. This is another Aston Martin. Also as well, Ewan Stitchbury remains in the pit lane in the BMW M4. So we have just 3 minutes to go. It is now or never for Thomas Pirello. If Regis Picombier want to take the first ever pole position for an FRS endurance event. Right on board with the Aston Martin. At the moment, the time is good. We're about 1/10.5 up on our previous best. And, I mean, you don't need me to tell you what the gap is between P1 and P2 right now. This is looking very, very close. So we're going to stick on board with Thomas Pirello here for Regis Picombier. He's gone wide. He's invalidated the time this time around. He's got it wrong in Aqua Minerale. And we'll have to go again. We've got the time to go again. But it remains FRS Team Lemon at the top of the pile. There's green all over my timing screen right now. Nordemir's improving. Harkema is just invalidated. Kovac is also just invalidated, having gone about half a second up, but possibly that's because we cut a corner. Lars Schneider was going quickly until the Aston Martin invalidated as well. That's the number 18 Wunich Racing entry there. Christophe Demey in the number 105 Crofty Posting French Guiana team entry. It's also finding a couple of tenths on this lap as well. Pirello is going again, and we will keep an eye on this one. Also worth keeping an eye on Thomas Spike as well, who has just started what could well be their final flying lap and has immediately pulled off the road, having not been happy with how that went. So Spike will not improve on P3 for this one. Pirello is in the window again through Sector 1 of this lap. Kevin Nordemir in 4th is what I've realised at the last minute has been renamed to the FRS Team Blueberry entry, not FRS Team Alpine, as I previously said, so apologies for that. Gonçalves is on the circuit as well, but is not improving this time around. Pirello is green, but at the moment is not quite green by enough, has a little bit more time to find. Would have time for one more go after this lap. Throws it into the first Ravazza. And is a little bit wide of the apex in the second Ravazza. Possibly just setting this up for one last blast down the start-finish straight. Keep it all the way to the left to try and get this line exactly right. That time did not improve. But once again, we will ride on board with Pirello as he seeks to take pole position here for the FRS 420. Gonçalves did not improve that last time around. About half a second shy of their own previous best. Did not make it across the line in time for one last run either, so Gonçalves is done on a 1:41.0. We've got Spike in 3rd, Nordemir 4th, Harkema is 5th for FRS Team Lime. At the moment, those that are showing as improving are all outside of the top 10, so this is the fight for pole position. And at the moment, Pirello is green by about 2.5 tenths, but has just invalidated the lap. And that means that FRS Team Lemon in the Nissan GTR are going to be on pole position for this one. Congratulations to Gabriel Gonçalves. A 141.075, good enough for FRS Team Lemon today. Worth keeping an eye on Mitchell Van Winsum, who is improving in the FRS Team Race Control car. Maybe only by about half a tenth or so. In fact, is losing time towards the line. And improves by 1,000th of a second. Well, an improvement's an improvement. Keep an eye on Nick Booth as well, who's still to complete their final lap in the Team Dog entry. Currently P14, improves to P11. Good final lap of the session there from Nick Booth. So Gabriel Gonçalves on pole. We're going to take a very quick break while we get ready for the main event here. Welcome back, everyone, to the FRS 420. We are away on the formation lap, and Gabriel Gonçalves will be driving the first stint for FRS Team Lemon. Alongside them on the front row is the number 153 car of Regis Picombier horsing team, driven by Ben Loppard, Thomas Spike and Gali in the FRS Team Monkey and FRS Team Blueberry cars. Connor McDermott lines up in P5. No, he doesn't. Hercules Harkema lines up in P5. I wish you could make it lined up on who is in the FRS Team Line car. Charlie Chibbles in 6th in the Team Pumpkin entry. P7 is Camilo Dehan for FRS Team Banana. And then it is Aneglo Civic in P8. That is the number 385 FRS Team Grape entry. 9th is Lars Schneider, who's driving for Wunich Racing. And they are just ahead of Mitchell Van Winsum in the FRS Team Race Control number 20 car. Nick Booth is 11th for Team Dog. And it's Ivo van Collenberg in the number 369 Orcapose Racing Porsche. Christophe Demey is 13th for Crofty Posting French Guiana team. And then it is FRS Endurance Team Brazil in the number 87, who are 14th. Albert Judge is 15th for Track.eu Racing Team. P16 is Signor Giraffa, who is in the number 6 FRS Team Cush entry. And at the very back is Ewan Stitchbury, tactically starting at the back of the field for the Crofty Posting ACC Advocates team. Good luck to everybody taking part in the race today. It's a pleasure to have you here with us in FRS. My name's Greg Harrison. I will be guiding you through the action in the first 60 to 90 minutes of this race before my voice will probably need a break. But we have 7 hours of action ahead of us here. It's going to be a drag race down to turn 1 with Gonsalves on the inside for FRS Team Lemon. That's the left of the picture for us. Ben Loppard on the right in the white Aston Martin for Regis Picombier Horsing team. We are approaching the line and about to get the FRS 420 underway. The green flag falls and the FRS 420 is go. 7 hours on the clock and Gonsalves gets a good start at the front. Loppard is in second place and then Nordemir and Nachtrak fighting their way into turn 1. There's a little bit of bumping and barging in the midfield, but it's all fairly safe. No shambles in turn 1, which is exactly what we wanted to see, but there's more corners to go and there's an accident there. There's the shambles immediately in this race. It was the FRS team race control car that went around, possibly the FRS team grape car involved in that as well. So there's a few cars with a little bit of damage at the exit of the Tamburello chicane. I think Track.eu might have been involved in that as well, just running into the back of one of those cars. And then there's a few trying to scramble around for position here as they're all fighting their way through at the back. But up at the front, Gonsalves leads this race ahead of Ben Loppard, and that is Kevin Nordemir up into third position for FRS Team Blueberry. So we've got the field very much split in two after that accident in the mid-pack in the early stage. But the top 6 cars are away and all line astern here. It's Gonsalves, Loppard, Nordemir, Nachtrak, Harkema, and at the back of this queue is Charlie Chibbles for Team Pumpkin. It's then a long way back to Mitchell Van Winsum in the FRS team race control car. The stewards, we do have live stewards here for the race, so the stewards will be investigating that. And if any penalties need to be applied, they will be applied in due course. So let's take a look at the action in the midfield. Lars Schneider is in P8, and then Nick Booth is up to 9th, and Albert George for Track.eu has gained quite a few places at the start, runs in 10th currently, but is under pressure from Bruno Cini in the FRS Team Brazil Endurance entry, number 87 there. Cini going to the outside, then to the inside. Looks to have the line as we come down into the Tamburello chicane, and it's a nice move from Bruno Cini there. Very sensible from both drivers, living to fight another day. And that's Ivo van Collenberg, now showing interest in P11 as well. We're looking just ahead to Booth and Schneider fighting out. The timing tower is meant to be showing race gaps, but it did not have a good time of that on the first lap. I think it's now settled down, and we're showing the gap to car ahead on the timing tower. So there we go. It was a shame we had it. Turn 1 was very sensible, and then turn 2 was also very sensible. Turn 3, unfortunately, less so. But this is the fight up at the front, and it's Ben Loppard looking very, very racy behind the FRS team Lemon car, driven by Gabriel Gonçalves. Long way to go. 6 hours and 56 minutes left on the clock here. We have barely begun. This is lap 2 of this race. And the top 6, who all seem fairly similar on pace, just settling into things at the moment. Nordemir in third, possibly holding back the FRS team monkey car of Nachtrak. Hercules, Harkema and Charlie Chibbles are also dropping back a little bit from the fight for P3 as well. Did we get any cars in the pit lane? It looks like we did. Christophe Demey has been into the pit lane for Crofty posting French Guiana, so finds themselves a lap down already, as does Camilo Dehaan in the FRS Team Banana car. So-called 7-hour race, long way to go. We can easily make that back up. And Dehaan finds themselves a lap down and currently behind the FRS Team race control car driven by Mitchell van Winsum. So there's a little bit of clear air ahead if Dehaan's got good pace. If they can find a way to clear Van Winsum, they've got quite a little bit of clear air to run in before they reach the back of Charlie Chibbles. So just needs to show a little bit of patience here. There's a long way to go in this race. Fight here towards the back between the Signor Giraffa and Ivo van Collenberg. And Van Collenberg's on the inside and through in the number 369 Orcapos Racing Porsche. Recovering through the field. Just ahead, Judge and Stitchbury are fighting. This is the Crofty posting car moving to the outside as we come into the chicane. Not the best line through here for either car, really. The Track.eu number 35 car heavily compromised on its approach to the chicane there, and it's going to allow Stitchbury to have another run down the hill towards Rivazza. Lovely switch back there. The old switcheroo from the Crofty posting team. Still holding the inside line. It's going to be a drag race now. Down towards turn 1. Ivo van Collenberg, you can see there in the background in the Porsche. Interested in getting involved in this as well. Surely we're not going to see 3 wide at the opening stages of an endurance race. Looks like Stitchbury's got the job done there against Judge, who's very sensibly not defending these positions too hard, just focusing on staying in the race and pointing in the right direction in these early stages. Of course, a few of these cars could be carrying a little bit of damage after that early incident, but possibly not enough damage to warrant a pit stop in the early stage. We can look back from Stitchbury's car now. Stitchbury started at the back, of course, for the Crofty posting team. There's a move up the inside from Van Collenberg, who was not messing around there. Judge very sensibly diving out the way. And that fight will continue. But the Porsche looks to have the job done for Orcapos Racing. Meanwhile, back at the front, it is Ben Loppard who set the fastest lap of the race so far, but has clearly made a mistake somewhere because they're dropping back into the clutches of Nordemir. Excuse me, Loppard's second lap was a 1:42.7, but then the previous lap a 44.3, which was 1.3 seconds slower than Gonçalves at the head of the pack. Gonçalves now sets a 42.5 on this lap compared to Loppard's 42.6. Nordemir on a 42.8 and Nachtrak on a 42.9 this time around. Chibbles, by the way, has got past Harkema as well. Plenty of action through the field, as you would expect in the early stages of this race, and that is the FRS team race control car off the circuit. Means we got all sorts of nonsense kicking off here. That's Dehaan, who's a lap down. Schneider in the Aston Martin for Wunich Racing, and Booth in the team dog entry in the Mercedes here, all over the back of the Aston Martin. Up the inside at Itosa, a little bit of contact there. And I think, yes, both cars involved in that and facing the wrong way, both losing out on a bunch of places. And that one will go to the stewards. We can pick that one up on the replay here. Booth to the inside. And Booth will claim that there was enough of the car alongside there, enough of the Mercedes alongside to warrant a little bit of space. Schneider will likely disagree, but that's really shuffled the pack in the midfield there. Bruno Cini now up to 7th place for FRS Team Brazil. So the gap now from Cini to Harkema in 6th place is now a good 15 seconds. So we've got a clear split in the pack between the top 6, who were all involved in the fight for the podium places. And then P7 downwards, you've got a lot of work to do. Schneider on a recovery drive now. On the grass there into turn 1. Just dropped the wheel on the grass and has had to run off the circuit there. Going to allow Senor Giraffa through. Sensible rejoin, plenty of space behind. Back to the FRS team Blueberry car of an Eglo Civic in P15. You can see there's a little bit of damage to that Aston Martin, so it's not the first instant it's been caught up in. The bonnet seems to be slightly battered and bruised. Meanwhile, further up the road, Booth has managed to get past Van Winsum, and Stitchbury is involved in this fight as well. Oh, a little bit of contact there as Van Winsum was offline. He's now on the curbs. And both drivers showing a contact warning there. So that one will be referred to the stewards for further investigation if necessary. All of these contacts are noted and picked up in ACC race control so that the race stewards can have a look. See if any further action is required. Stitchbury all over the back of Van Winsum here. Feigns a move into Villeneuve. Not really a strong overtaken spot there. And it would be a bit of a dive into Tosa. Van Winsum is defending the inside. You can see in the mirror there, that's Van Collenberg for Orca Pose Racing, who is now making this a 3-car fight. The gap at the front was 2.3 seconds. Gonçalves appears to have made a mistake on this lap. There's that gap now showing at 1.8 as we watch Van Winsum, Stitchbury and Van Collenberg on what is lap 7 of this race. A long way to go yet. So the big winners and losers so far in this race. Bruno Cini for FRS Team Brazil Endurance is up 7 places and currently sits in P7. The Williams-inspired car. Also the big winner, Ewan Stitchbury for Crofty Posting ACC Advocates, also up 7 places. The big losers, as you might expect, those that were involved in the incident. So Schneider, in the incident with Booth, is down 5. Civic in the Honda, which works, down 7, and then Dehaan down 9, and DeMay down 4. And Both of those final two cars not on the lead lap of this race. This is the fight for P3. This is Nachtrak closing up to the back of Kevin Nordermeer for FRS Team Blueberry in the Alpine-inspired livery. Nachtrak only a few tenths behind here. In the pits is an Eglo Civic for FRS Team Blueberry. Incorrectly showing as being up in P7 on the timing board, but it's losing a lap basically. Some of the cars ahead, but this is a good fight here between Nachtrak and Nordermeer. Fight going on, by the way, between Van Collenberg and Stitchbury. Going to tune in with that one for now, as they race down towards Tamburello. Do I spy a Rich Energy logo on that Orca Pose racing car? I think I do. That will very much be approved here at FRS. Stitchbury runs wide, and Van Collenberg is through. So Van Collenberg making good progress in this race as well. In the Porsche that runs a little bit wide there, dips a toe in the gravel. In the background, you can see a fight between Georges for Track.eu and Signor Giraffa for FRS Team Cush. Welcome to everyone who may be joining us in the broadcast from Track.eu, or who may be supporting the Track.eu car. Pleasure to have you here. Your car not going too badly at the moment, still all in one piece, which is the important thing. Long way to go. We're going to switch back to this fight between Nachtrak and Kevin Nordermeer, and that looked like 2 into 1 didn't go there. Nachtrak having to bail out of that. Nordermeer leaving 1 car's width and not a cent more. You can see the Team Pumpkin car of Charlie Chibbles just behind these two, and then in the background, Hercules Harkema is about 6 seconds back now in the FRS Team Lime entry. This is the best fight on the circuit at the moment, although George and Giraffa are close together as well. So I need eyes in 2 places at once, which is a notoriously difficult thing to do. It looks like Giraffa has got the move done as they come down into turn 1. That's a car off the circuit. That is Stitchbury. This back, see, yeah, just lost the car at the exit of turn 2. Did it go into the barriers? Managed to keep it out of the barriers. That's important for the Crofty posting car. And very sensibly rejoined without causing any issue to anyone else, so we can get back on with our program for this afternoon. So Giraffa is through. The car behind us there is the Ferrari of Christophe Demey. That's the number 105 Crofty posting French Guiana team car. Now that is a lap down on this fight, but Demey seems to have more pace than both of these two, so we'll be looking for a way through sooner rather than later as that car tries to gain back a lap on as many cars as it can. Demey to the inside as we come into chicane. That's going to get a little bit tasty. Not the best overtaking spot there, and to be honest, that's kind of just compromised them both. At the very least, it was clean. Back up at the front, Nordermeer and Nachtrak. The fight continues apace. This is Blueberry versus Monkey. And you can see Pumpkin in the background as well. By the way, the gap at the very front between Gonçalves and Lopard, well, you can see how close it is. So it looks like the mistake, if there's been a mistake, has been on this lap for Gonçalves, because the lap times have been fairly consistent. 43.0, 42.7, and a 42.7 compared to Lopard's 42.4, 42.5, and 42.6. So I think there's been a mistake this lap from the FRS Team Lemon car, and that has brought Regis Picombier right back into play. I think Mitchell Van Winsum is possibly off the circuit or fighting with Bruno Sini here. Nick Booth has cleared all of these cars, so possibly Sini's made a mistake somewhere. We're going to go back to the fight at the front. There's so much to watch here, as Lopard and the Aston Martin chases down Gonçalves in the Nissan. Lopard looks to the inside, thinks better of it this time. Look how close the Aston Martin is, though. Got a great run out of Tamburello. And as we come down towards Villeneuve, again, Lopard thinks better of it. Gonçalves sticks it out around the outside, but we've got a proper scrap for the lead of this race now. And Gonçalves' line was a little compromised as he came through. In the background, look at Naktrack trying to clear Kevin Nordemir. It's all happening up at the front. Naktrack round the outside at Tosa. Gonçalves holds the lead. Banging of wheels there between Nordemir and Naktrack. Nordemir on the inside. Naktrack still going to stick this out. Is forced a little wide off the circuit. And the FRS Team Blueberry car holds position. What a race this is so far. 20 minutes in to the FRS 420. It's all happening now. All this fighting's allowed Charlie Chibbles to get into play here in the Team Pumpkin car. We've now got a 3-car fight for the last step of the podium. Further up the road, Lopard right behind Nordemir. Sorry, not Nordemir. Gonçalves still. It's Nordemir third with Naktrack just behind. We've also got a fight between Mitchell Van Winsum and Ivo Van Collenberg in the midfield, but we got to stay up towards the front. Lopard looks a little bit too far back this time, so we will stay with Nordemir, looking back from the rear wing of the Lexus. Nordemir a little bit offline, and the Aston Martins have got a great run on him now. Chibbles on the inside of Naktrack. Maybe a little bit of contact there. Chibbles is through. Well, grab the popcorn right now if you're a neutral in this fight, because this is great stuff up at the front. Very clean racing as well. Charlie Chibbles, by the way, set the fastest lap of the race for Team Pumpkin. A 42.4 a little earlier. So Chibbles has got good pace. 42.7, 42.8, 42.8. His last 3 tours of the circuit. This is lap 12. And Ben Lopard for Regis Picombier. Fancies the lead of this race. Both of these cars up at the front are 2-car teams. Gonçalves teaming up with Marvin Helgert, who we know is an exceptionally quick driver for FRS Team 11. Ben Lopard teaming up with Thomas Pirello, who we saw was quick in qualifying. And Lopard is showing plenty of pace in the race. We are 22 minutes into this stint. Can Regis Picombier take the lead? Lopard to the outside. Gonçalves will defend that one well. The interesting thing, as these two fight, Nordemir isn't exactly getting any closer. Nordemir goes wide and across the gravel. And Charlie Chibbles is going to come through here at the third. Naktrack through into P4 as well. The fight at the front continues apace. Lopard all over the back of Gonçalves right now. Gonçalves very, very, very far to the inside at Tosa. There might be a chance for Loppard to get a run up the hill. In the background, look how close Knack Track and Charlie Chibbles are. Loppard has a nose slightly on the inside. We're going to send it. Gonsalves leaves enough space and sticks it out around the outside. This is great stuff up at the front. There's a long way to go, gentlemen. We don't need to kill ourselves now. Gonsalves a little bit out of shape there, and Loppard has the inside line. Coming up to the chicane. No, Gonsalves is still ahead. Down to Ravazza. And that mistake from Nordomir has cost him a lot of time in the fight for third. He's about 2.8 seconds back now. It's been a very poor lap for the Lexus driver. But here comes Ben Loppard again. He's a mere 2/10 back. Can we find a way through? He's going to have to go to the outside again as we come down. This time he's going to try and stick it all the way around the outside. That's not going to work. And that's going to cost us time. A little bit of breathing space now for Gonsalves. Loppard has all of the work to do once again. We're going to check in on the fight for P8 between Sini, Van Winsum and Van Collenberg. Because Van Collenberg for Orkapos Racing looks like they've got a lot of pace in that Porsche. Van Winsum for FRS Team Race Control. The safety car inspired livery. Currently running P9. Loppard is getting closer again, so there's definitely more pace in the Regis Picombier car right now. But Gonsalves has defended very well. Of course, maximum stint length is 69 minutes before the car has to box. Now, a box doesn't require a driver change, so if either of these drivers want to continue on for a second stint, they are welcome to do so, but you must box at least once every 69 minutes in this event. And it is car number 69 leading the race for FRS Team Lemon. Gabriel Gonsalves, the Portuguese driver. Very consistent up at the front, but doesn't seem to have the outright pace of Ben Loppard just behind for Regis Picombier. Van Winsum's been off the circuit. See them just recovering to the circuit now. A little bit too late on the brakes, perhaps, into turn 1. No, a little bit too much curb in turn 2. See Van Collenberg having to take avoiding action there, but the Orkapos Racing car is through and up into 9th position. Look how close Loppard is. So we've gained that second that we lost back up again. And Loppard is right up behind Gonsalves once more. Again, having to go at the outside. The Nissan, wide as it is, just being parked in the centre of the circuit. And there's very little that Loppard can do. We've got Nissan up front, and then it's 3 Aston Martins in P2, P3 and P4. You can see Nordermere now about 3 seconds back from this fight in P5. Loppard to the outside for the leads. And is trying to get a run up the hill. Just not quite enough straight to get the job done. Having to be patient here. Just 2 cars have boxed in this race. You can see the 2 at the back, Camilo Dahan and Christophe Demey are the only 2 to have boxed so far. We're continuing to watch on board from the number 153 car of Ben Loppard. Well, if there's one thing I think we've got seemingly pretty nailed on here, it is a fight for the win of this race between FRS Team Lemon and Regis Becombier coursing team, who I am pretty sure are French. But I'm about to do my old research here. They are indeed both French drivers. Going very, very well in the early part of this race. Just lost a little bit of time on this lap, has Loppard, but it's nothing too disastrous. Cruzo in chat, dropping the limes, and we'll check in on Hakima in the FRS Team Lime entry. Of course, one of the nicest liveries in the field, this one, the lime wire inspired. Lime green and dark green. Looks the part. Hakima is in a decent spot right now. He's a little bit further back from that leading pack than I think Team Lime would probably like, but is comfortably a full 27 seconds clear of Booth for Team Dog in P7. So Team Lime possibly settling in for a fairly lonely afternoon. Back in the midfield, this is Van Winsum under pressure again in the FRS Team race control car. And this is the number 6 FRS Team Cush of Signor Giraffa. He's trying to find a way through in the Aston Martin. He's gone to the inside. The Aston Martin seems to have quite a lot of straight line speed today. And Giraffa, the Italian driver, looks to have the move done. No switchback available for Van Winsum. Good move there from Giraffa, and Van Winsum a little bit out of shape in turn 3. He's definitely struggling through that Tamburello chicane. Apologies, by the way, to both Regis Becombier and FRS Team Monkey, who, from what I can gather, are both showing default liveries here. So if you guys have tried to upload custom liveries. For whatever reason, it hasn't worked. Last couple of laps, Gonçalves has really dropped the hammer and has gained a little bit of time now on Gonçalves. We're looking at Knack Track versus Chibbles. Knack Track lapping in the mid-42s. Personal best of a 42.4. So last time around was fairly close to that. Chibbles with the fastest lap of the race. So that fastest lap of the race is only 5 thousandths of a second quicker than Ben Loppard's fastest lap of the race. We are on lap 20, I believe. .34 minutes into this one. In terms of straight line speed, by the way, it's definitely the Aston Martins and the Lexus that seem to have the advantage there, possibly of little surprise to anybody. A bit too much curve there from Chibbles, a little bit of a mistake ahead of us. That track has a bit of a run. You can see Loppard has closed up to Gonçalves again in the distance. But the Aston Martin's topping 267 kilometers an hour down the main straight. That Nissan in the lead of the race, just 259. So the straight line speed advantage is there for Regis Becombier if they can just find a way to use it. Must be said, by the way, metronomic consistency from all four drivers in the top 4 positions in this race. Loppard probably as close as he's ever been here against Gonçalves, and I think we're about to see a change in the lead of the race. Loppard is alongside, and we know that Aston Martin's got a straight line speed advantage. Also has the inside line. As we come down into turn 1, is Gonçalves going to stick this one out? He's going to try, but he's not going to succeed. And Ben Loppard for Regis Becombier takes the lead of the FRS 420. Now what the French team are going to want is some solid pace to try and build a bit of a gap. They don't want to get into a fight with Team Lemon here too much and possibly invite pressure from Team Pumpkin and Monkey behind. Here's Ewan Stitchbury, by the way, on the inside. That's a real send. BMW versus BMW here. There's a car in the gravel just ahead of us, which is Signor Giraffa. So this is about to be a 3-way fight now, down towards turn 1. So we've had a little bit of contact on the circuit between Christophe Demey and Bruno Cini. I'm just going to go and pull up the replay of that one. That wasn't the replay of that one. Turns out in order to view replays, I need to be looking at the car. that I want to view the replay of. Seeing it under pressure, you can see. So it's DeMay in the Ferrari there. That's the contact, and that's allowed, possibly, Van Collenberg to get through. Meanwhile, there's a race on up at the front. Into Villeneuve, Gonçalves, and Loppard. Well, they are losing time. Look at how Chibbles is coming towards us now in the Team Pumpkin entry. We're potentially about to have a four-way fight for the lead of this race. Chibbles found a bit of pace on the last lap. He'd been in the high 42s, low 43s before that. But has managed to gain about a second. Gonçalves with a 43.9 on lap 21. Possibly as we lost that position to Loppard. Kevin Nordermeer for FRS Team Blueberry, now 4 seconds back from this group. And settling into P5. And then the FRS Team line car of Hercules Harkema is very much in no man's land in P6 at the moment. Nick Booth has actually gained about 3 seconds on Harkema over the past sort of 10 to 15 minutes. Great fight here for the lead, so Loppard has not been able to drop Gonçalves. And you can see Chibbles is half the deficit now. The gap was 3 seconds earlier. It's now a mere 1.5. So this now very much looking like a 4-car fight for the lead. A Seoul Nissan and 3 Aston Martins in this fight. And Gonçalves a little bit out of shape there. Into Tamburello. And that's going to allow Chibbles to apply some pressure. Gonçalves feels the need to defend. As we come down towards Villeneuve, Chibbles is through. Charlie Chibbles moves up into second place, and Gonçalves is out of shape again. Are we struggling for tyres in the Nissan? Possibly. But Charlie Chibbles is now up into second place in the FRS 420 and is the lead FRS car. 3 FRS cars now squabbling amongst themselves and allowing the Regis Becombier entry, driven by Ben Loppard, to eke out a bit more of a lead. And Chibbles getting the reward for some metronomic consistency there, but Gonçalves having a really scruffy lap, and now Knack Track is almost alongside as we go into the chicane. There could be contact there. There is contact there. It's very clumsy. Both cars are off the circuit. The stewards may be interested to have a look at that one. It was possibly just a little bit of door banging from my perspective. And both cars are still running, and they've both kind of been punished in terms of lap time. When we see what time this is across the line from Gonsalves, it's been a very, very poor lap by his very high standards. 45.8, so a full 2 seconds lost compared to the pace he's previously been running at. And that's the 43s. The ideal pace is around the mid 42s right now. Chibbles is certainly in the mid 42s for Aston Martin. So the Nissan is very much struggling at the moment. They're coming up to lap the track.eu entry of Albert Judge, who I don't believe has been into the pits in this one. Steve Gonsalves is back within the right sort of lap time window as we come across the line this time to begin lap 27. 43.1 is a lot more like it. So just a scruffy lap in the end while defending positions. Has cost FRS Team Lemon quite dearly. Got a BMW versus BMW fight between FRS Team Brazil and Crofty Posting ACC advocates here. Ewan Stitchbury shown decent pace in this race. Having a look to the inside, we've already seen the chicane is not a place to do it if you're going to make the move. It looks like Stitchbury's car's got a good run. The number 103. He's going to go to the left. Has to go the long way around the early part of the straight, but wants the inside line as we come down towards Tamburello and looks to have the job done here. Stitchbury up into P8. Now, Nac-Track has lost a position. Nac-Track, I think, has been off the road here. In Aqua Minerale is already behind Nordemir at this stage, so might need to run this even further back. Trying to see what happened there, but Nac-Track is now behind Kevin Nordemir on the circuit. Albert Judge doing a good job there of keeping out of the way as the faster traffic comes through. So it is now Loppard, Chibbles, Gonsalves, Nordemir, and Track. The gap for the lead, 2.3 seconds. Gonsalves a full 5 seconds back from Chibbles now, with a lot of work to do to make up the 7 seconds that we've now lost to the number 153. BMW fight continued, by the way. This is Stitchbury versus Sini round 2. Cini considering sending one to the inside. Thinking better of it. Now Ivo van Collenberg in the Orcapose Racing Porsche, the number 369. Is getting interested in this one. In the background, that is Giraffa and Van Winsum fighting. Van Winsum's had a eventful race, but most of the events have seen the FRS team race control car sort of going backwards in the field, though holding station against the Team Cush car. For now, at least. Cini a little bit wide there in the chicane. That allows Van Collenberg to close up ever so slightly. Aston Martin's got good straight line speed, but I don't think Giraffa's close enough this time. Further up the road, the recovering Knack track has now caught back up to the FRS team Blueberry car of Kevin Nordemir. The car ahead of us that you can see is Gonsalves. Gonsalves is really struggling for pace in the middle part of this race. It's Chibbles who is the fastest car on the circuit at the moment. Really coming into his own in the middle of this stint. Nordemir's wide there. Has to cut across the escape road. Knack track will possibly be on the phone to the old stewards about that one. See the Lexus there defending to the inside, as Chibbles was again the fastest driver on the track by a full 0.8 of a second on that previous lap. The Team Pumpkin car is flying compared to the rest of them right now. Still got a few close fights on the circuit as we've completed 30 laps of this race. We are coming up to 53 minutes, so we are, I would say, approaching the pit window Because, of course, the maximum stint length is 69 minutes. So we are definitely approaching that pit window. Is probably going to be in the next sort of 10 minutes from now. So probably about 6 laps away, 6 or 7 laps away. We have lost one car from this race, and that is the FRS Team Grape car of Inaugural Civic and Gherkin Actonese. So that car currently not running, the number 385. Don't know whether there's a connection issue there or just a retirement from the race issue. That previous lap, Loppard has managed to stem the bleeding somewhat with that gap at the front. He was a tenth faster than Chibbles that last time around, so has managed to find a little bit of pace. Also, Loppard does have the fastest lap of the race now for Regis Bicombier. Gonsalves now for Team Lemon, 7.4 seconds back from Chibbles. So from the FRS cars, it's now Chibbles who's taken the fight to the French team at the front. Possibly we've had change in position between Van Winsum and Van Collenberg. I don't know if the Porsche has perhaps been off the circuit. Run that back and take a look. Yeah, just got onto the grass, had a dipper wheel on the grass. Rejoins, but then keeps to the right because Van Winsum's got more momentum, so Van Winsum getting the job done there. And just as I was looking at the replay there, Knack Track has got past Kevin Nordemir. And typically, the replay came back. So we'll see if we can find the rest of that. So it looks like this is going to happen into Villeneuve or Tosa here. Nordemir, the blue car. And yeah, Nordemir just runs wide. And it's simple in the end for Knack Track. Really the second mistake of the race from Nordemir, but it's another one that costs us a position. But all of a sudden, it's now Loppard for Regis Bicombier, who is putting the hammer down and is increasing that gap to Charlie Chibbles. (42.7) on the previous lap, 42.8 on the lap before that, and this time round it's a 42.4. So Loppard is absolutely back in the groove now, and Chibbles has got no answer. Most recent times have been a 43.192 and a 43.192. So I mean, how is that for consistency? Again, it's FRS Team Lemon, if I can get my words out. FRS Team Lemon are the slowest car on current pace of those in the top 4. Knack Track is showing very good speed at the moment. And is chasing down the Portuguese driver as the sun begins to rise here at Imola. We've almost completed the first hour of the FRS 420. And say, we're approaching that pit window. So, strategically, it'll be interesting to see which drivers opt for, or which teams opt for a driver swap after this first stint. Possibly, I think most likely that we'll see the teams that had one driver do qualifying and this first stint. Seems likely to me that they may switch it up at the first stop. But Loppard didn't do qualifying, so we may see Loppard continue on for a second stint. Possibly similar for Chibbles, who only did the first part of the qualifying session for Team Pumpkin. Oh, and Gonsalves pulls over and allows Naktrack through. Interesting. Gonsalves clearly not wanting to get involved in a fight with the Aston Martin at this stage. The Nissan will be struggling on its tyres at this point, I imagine. So, clearly deciding that Naktrack's definitely got more pace at this stage of the race, and if we can just stick with the Aston, that might help our own chances out a little bit. Gonsalves, again, on the previous lap, was half a second slower than anybody else in the top four. Have a look through the field. We're looking currently at Camilo Dahan in the FRS Team Banana entry, who is still a lap down. We do have a pit stop. Senor Giraffa and Team Kush are the first to blink. So we'll soon see if there's a driver swap for that team. I was checking in with Lars Schneider, who's still running in P12 for Wunich Racing. Schneider was involved in an incident with Booth earlier on, which I think has been declared a racing incident. I don't actually have any way, if I'm not seeing, because I can't see in-game chat, so I'm hoping that ACC TV's graphics will pick up on any penalties that are applied. It certainly picks up on contact. So I would assume if any penalties are applied, then I would hear about it that way. So my guess is that that one went down as a racing incident. So Giraffa back out onto the circuit, and it looks like it's still Giraffa in that car. Also in the pits, FRS Team Lime and Orcapose Racing as well. Naktrack boxes further up the field, so the stops are starting to arrive now. In terms of pit stops, Dehan 55 seconds stationary. DeMay 1 minute and 4. Parker. It is Parker, sorry. Matt Parker's taken over in the Team Kush entry. It takes a little while for things to update. So Parker and that car station for 45 seconds. Connor McDermott now in the FRS Team Lime car. That car was stationary for 36 seconds. It was the quickest stop so far. We're also looking at the Orcapose Racing Porsche in the pits as well. Good stint there from Ivo van Collenberg. That is a two-car team. Van Collenberg may be handing over to Thomas van der Stroos for this second stint. And it looks like Naktrack has handed over the FRS Team Monkey car to Hussam Al-Khatib. That car was stationary for 41 seconds, so 5 seconds longer than FRS Team Line, and it is indeed Van der Stroos who has taken over the Orca-Pose Racing Porsche. We've also got Ewan Stitchbury in the pits as well. Mixed bag of a stint from Stitchbury there. Made some good progress in the early stages. There was a couple of little errors in there, as to be expected. With, well, inexperienced racing drivers, as we all are. But overall, a solid stint for the crofty posting ACC advocates. Number 103. Where am I hiding? I'm not in a voice channel. I've just been chilling on my own for the first part of this race. You'll now find me in the commentary booth. We've also got a pit stop for the track.eu racing team entry of Albert Judge into the pits. How are you, Mr. Gilligan? Hope your afternoon has been all right so far. So a real changing of the guard now in this race, as we've got new drivers out into the field, and we need to assess all of their pace.
We do indeed.
Ah, I've got company.
You do. You have me for the next sort of half hour or so.
Excellent.
If you want me, that is.
I mean,
it's entirely up to you.
That works very well for me, and I'm sure everyone in chat will be delighted to hear the dulcet tones of Mr. Daniel Gilligan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm on a break at the minute from the other stream that I'm doing today. So I thought that rather than spend it doing something productive, I thought I would jump in with the FRS instead.
Lovely.
So it's it's our first event, as you well know, and as everybody else knows as well. And how's it been going?
You know what? The first stint's been full of action. Actually, very interesting. It is the Regis Picombier car that currently leads the race. They took over from FRS Team Lemon, I'd say at about the 30-40 minute mark, but they were fighting for a good 10-15 minutes before that one got settled. But the French team going well at the front. Charlie Chibbles has also shown some really good pace. We're in the first pit stop phase at the moment.
Excellent. Very good indeed. And as far as any driver changes, have we, apart from Hussam taking over here, have we seen anyone else really swapping seats at the moment?
I think it seems most teams have switched. I think Ewan Stitchbury is the only car that's boxed so far, other than a box for damage in the early part of the race. But this is the only car that has continued with the same driver into the second part of the race. So track.eu have switched over. We now have Julian Strasser behind the wheel. Matt Parker's taken over the Team Cush entry, and Thomas van der Stroos has taken over the number 369 Orca-Pose Racing Porsche. Conor McDermott, Crusoe of course, is in the FRS Team Line car. And we've got some pit stops towards the front now. Chibbles boxes, as does Gonsalves, as does Van Winsum. I think that was Bruno Sini as well. Nordemeer's also in, so it's all happening now. We'll keep an eye on the Team Blueberry strategy here, as we are expecting this afternoon the return of an old friend to FRS.
Are we going to leave the folks with the anticipation there, or are we going to, tell them now?
You're going to build it up a bit. So
Yeah,
Mr. Tom Mack is taking part in the race this afternoon for FRS
He is
Team
indeed.
Blueberry. We hope he's doing well.
We certainly do. Yes. It's been a long time since he was active in the community, of course. So good to see him back, and good to see that we've got more interest coming into the FRS as well, which is nice to see.
So who's taken over? It is Mr. Tom Mack who has taken over the Team Blueberry entry. Kevin Kovac has taken over from Charlie Chibbles for Team Pumpkin. And it also looks like Luke van der Heijden has taken over the Team Dog entry. So I think that is Luke, as in PC Division 1 of F1 Luke, if I'm not mistaken.
Gotcha. Excellent. Well,
so
we
expect some good pace, yeah.
Exactly. Expect great things from Luke then, if that's the same Luke.
Ty Crabtree, otherwise known as AWD Turbo Guy, is in the FRS Team Race Control car and is under a little bit of pressure here just as they try to get up to speed. Round the outside goes Thomas van der Strees, making no time there. Looks like there might be a problem for Crabtree, just getting set up in the stint, because Ayag is going to go past as well in the Team Brazil entry. Marvin Helgert has taken over in the Team Lemon car.
Marvin Helgert made famous earlier on today on the Williams Esports stream because I pointed out his name as a driver that I've seen before having a mechanical failure in a virtual race. In the sense of their wheel completely falling apart in the last season of FRS, of course. Heartbreaking moment. But yes, it's so there we go. A little bit of notoriety for them on the world stage. But yeah, we've got now we've got now yeah, all sorts going on here. I do love as well the FRS community feel that you get when you look at these cars, because they all do look a bit ridiculous in the most fantastic way, don't they, in terms of their liveries?
Yeah, we're missing a couple of liveries, I think. We've just had the race leaders exit the pit lane. So we're just waiting to see whether Ben Lapard is continuing in the Regis Becombier car. So we're missing that livery, and I think we're missing the Team Monkey livery as well, which is the proper meme team of Spike, Hugh Sam, and Knacktrack. Like, if you can find me a stronger meme team in the FRS, good luck.
Yes, they've hidden themselves. They're amongst the teams that are not currently in the server at the moment, or not in any of the channels I can see anyway. So when I first finished my break in the stream over on the other side, it was right. Let's go and bother a few of the teams, and I haven't spoken to all of them just yet, but I have spoken to a few. I've spoken to Team Lemon, Team Lime, and Team Banana, and we've then got, of course, Blueberry, Brazil, and Kush in the server at the moment as well. But the rest, they're all hiding. I'm going to have to go find them at some point and go offer words of encouragement, shall we say.
Indeed. There's been an extra pit stop for FRS Team Brazil. I'm not sure what has happened there with Ayag. We have an issue, by the way. I'm just checking via Discord. Matt Parker in car number 6 is not able to turn on the rear view mirror, although apparently that issue is fixed now. So that's a relief, but that'll explain why that car was going slowly. Team Banana currently boxing Camilo Dahan. So this is their second stop. They had to box for damage in the early stages of this race. It looks like most teams, I'm pretty sure teams are allowed to keep the same driver across 2 stints, but it looks like most are going for a switch up at this first stop.
Yeah, I think this is maybe my favourite livery so far, for a mixture of reasons. The team name across the spoiler is a nice touch, the rear wing, I should say, and then on the back bumper you've got then a bunch of nice sort of wholesome photos, and then if you look at the front bonnet, it's then a bit less wholesome, shall we say.
Just a bit. So we will see where FRS Team Banana come back into the race. I think, by the way, there's been a pass on track between Hugh Sam has got past Tom Mack, so I'm going to run this back to 30 seconds, so we can take a look at this. Looks like Tom Mack just got wide in Tamburello. That's going to allow FRS Team Monkey to have a run all the way down towards Villeneuve. And, yeah, sensible move from both parties. So we've got Aston Martin in 1, 2, and 3 now in the FRS 420.
Absolutely. It's interesting as well to see the different representation as far as cars is concerned, because of course we've seen in the ACC leagues and things like that the Aston does tend to be a popular choice. I remember Fraser and Gabriel both using that one to good effect in the past and fighting for the championship and so on. But then we've got cars which then other sort of usual suspects that I've seen certainly in FRS broadcasts before, the likes of the McLarens and so on. But then interesting to see a Lexus of all cars racing around here as well. That's and it's not an LFA, is it, or is it? Or are my eyes deceiving me?
Well, it is a Lexus. It's going well. A lovely custom livery on it as well. I think it's an Alpine themed livery on the thing. You can see all of the cars now have made at least one pit stop. So I think it's possibly time to just investigate who gained and lost time through that pit stop phase. So the quickest stop of anyone was for the race leaders, Regis Picombier. So they gained 4 seconds on Team Pumpkin, who was stationary for 36 seconds. The second quickest stop of anyone was FRS Team Blueberry. That was the handover from Nordermeer to Tom Mack. 34 seconds. Some teams stationary for as long as 50 seconds, which is not ideal. And FRS Team Lemon stationary for a full minute. So,
gracious.
Yeah, they lost a full, 27 seconds to the race leaders just in the pit stop phase. So Marvin Helgert in the Team Lemon entry with it all to do.
Certainly does, yeah. Lots and lots to do for them. But if anybody is up to the challenge, I think it is that combination there of Fraser and Gabriel. It's going to be a very competitive duo, I think, all the way through to the end of this one. But, of course, plenty of other drivers who will try and think otherwise, I would imagine.
Well, their pace in the early part of this stint hasn't been good. In fact, I think most of the drivers are just settling into it a bit here. We're not really seeing the same level of pace that we saw in the first stint of the race, with the exception of Thomas Pirello at the front for Regis Picombier, the number 153, straight into the 42.5s. That car's best time in the whole race is a 42.2. Everybody else in the high 43s or low 44s.
Like an awful lot of endurance races, it seems to be that at this point everybody has started to figure out their strategies and their different ways of doing things, and people have started to separate out as a result. And a big thank you to Lord Volk, who subscribed with Prime to the channel.
Superb. Thank you, Lord Volk. Hope you're having a solid afternoon with us here on FRS Motorsports. This is where the broadcast gets. Oh, and well, I say it's about to get quiet. Helgert has lost a car into Aqua Minerale. We've taken out one of the Pirelli signs, but yeah, FRS Team Lemon not happy in that Nissan at the moment. You can see in the background that is Conor McDermott coming over the hill. It's about to be Lemon versus Lime if we're not careful. Go back and take a look at the replay of this one.
Absolutely, yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, that's an area where you can often lose the car, especially in those of us who've been taking part in the F1 leagues. Aqua Minerale is that area where it typically tends to be later on, though. It's on this rise up and out of the particularly tight part of the corner and back up the hill. That's where, at least in my experience, you tend to see how some drivers will end up losing the car there. But it's, yeah, a bit of an odd one for Fraser. Maybe he just wants to keep the competition a bit more interesting, possibly. But there we are. Lord Volk's asking, how did 67 get past 269? I'll leave that one for you to answer.
I think we caught the replay of that, yeah. I think we caught... there was a mistake from Tom Mack, and that allowed Hussam Al-Khatib to get through in the number 67. So, as I say, it's an Aston Martin 123, and the only challenger at the moment is a Lexus, which is a rare thing.
Yes. Not the thing you would necessarily expect to be saying this morning.
No, absolutely not. What else is happening on the circuit? Well, the closest fight we've got, other than that battle for third place, because Tom Mack is actually coming back quite hard at Hussam Al-Khatib now. There was a fight there between Simon Vonda and Ty Crabtree, but it seems like there's been a mistake possibly for the FRS. Have you seen this livery? The FRS Team Race Control entry.
I have.
Running the safety car livery.
Yes, yeah, that one is that was the one that spawned my desire to say just how fantastic the liveries are. Actually, that was the one which made me kind of go, yes, I like this. I like this a lot. What's going on here today? Very, very creative. As we've seen before, we've had things like Buzz Lightyear liveries as well in the past, and all sorts of other things. There's some that we won't necessarily talk about here on the stream. It's not 9 p.m. in the UK yet, but there we go. Yeah, but we might see a move happening here. I'm a few seconds behind you though, so I will let you talk over what
I'll tell you what I'll do.
Not be happening.
I should be able to share my screen in Discord. I hope doing this isn't going to cause any lag issues. That's the Assetto Corsa feed for you there. Now you won't have any graphics on that.
That's fine.
I can share OBS.
That's absolutely fine. I will take whatever I can get. And so this is more than sufficient. I also get to hear the wonderful sound of the engines now, which I wasn't on Twitch because I had it muted for other reasons. But yes, it's good to see them chasing each other down, having a good old scrap. We come into Aqua Minerale then, up the hill. And it is, it's a good old fight between these two, and not something that you often get to see in endurance racing. As I say, usually people start to just separate out from one another, occupy their own little areas of the track, run to their own strategies, whether that be driving more flat out or more fuel saving or somewhere in between the two. And then you end up seeing not much in the way of action until the very end. But it might be here that down towards the last couple of corners, we see something happening here, because a big move to the inside for Hussam. It means that Tom Mack is now right on their heels.
It would have been a slightly controversial on that one, because Tom Mack picked up a track limits warning at the exit of the chicane at the top of the hill, which I think gave him a bit of a run here. The Aston Martin is a little bit all over the road. We're going to go to the helicam to have a look at the rest of this one. Can the Lexus get around the outside? We've not really seen many moves around the outside at turn one. Can Tom Mack be the first? No. Swatted to one side.
Yeah, not this time. But if anyone can do it, Thomas Maximus can. And that's the way. It's been a while since I've been able to say that. That's quite nice. But there we go. So through they go then, through Villeneuve and down towards Tosa. And that wonderful area of the circuit where, of course, that interview always makes me laugh. The one Pablo Montoya, Michael Schumacher. Well, you know the one I'm on about, don't you, Zord?
I do. Yes, of course I do. You must be blind or stupid.
Exactly.
You've not seen me there.
Exactly. Also, one Pablo Montoya said that. Yeah, no, it's great. I do love this circuit. It's not perhaps the absolute greatest circuit in terms of on-track passing and racing, but sometimes it doesn't have to be. I feel like the race in 2005 is a fantastic example of that. Alonso with a dropped cylinder in his engine, going slow, Schumacher looming large in his mirrors, and Alonso having to defend the whole time. No passes happening between the two of them, but still some great racing, and the sort of thing that we like to see, really. Or at least I do, anyway. Maybe I'm just old school.
Well, it is a fair point, isn't it? In the age of DRS and motorway passes down the Camel Straight, the old days of having a race, but there doesn't have to be. You want overtaken sometimes, But if you know there's going to be an overtake, that's actually, for me, worse than there not being an overtake at all where there might be an overtake. We've seen a lot this season, in Formula 1, the sort of outright straight line speed of the Red Bull. It was very similar to the Mercedes in 2021, actually, where Hamilton was so dominant at circuits like Sao Paulo because he was able to. He was talented enough to stay close in the twisty bits, and then when he gets to the straight, open the wing, and it was easy. And it's been similar for Max Verstappen this year, hasn't it? He's talented enough to stay close in a way that perhaps Sergio Perez struggles with more. And then you open that rear wing, and off you go.
Absolutely, and I think now we may see an opportunity come here, as it was very wide through Tosa for Hugh Sam. Possibly not this time, but certainly much closer, the gap between themselves and Tom Mack now. But you're absolutely right, yeah, and I think that it's one of these things with the new rules in Formula 1, we have seen that the cars are much more able to follow one another, and we have therefore been able to see that drivers are able to get into better positions to fight one another. And whilst DRS is less effective, it still obviously has an impact, and with then a car that's set up ultimately for straight line speed as its main advantage, you can hold on through the corners and then just blast by them on the straights. It's a bit like what we've actually seen in some of the FRS races this season. I should say Dr. Stark, of course, with his 0-0 wings propensity,
yes.
Means that it can sometimes be quite grating when you're racing against him, because he's a lovely man. But you can sometimes see his car struggling through the corners. You catch up, you get nice and close, you might even pass him. But then as soon as you get to a straight, he disappears back past you again, and then you have to do it all over again. So it's one of those sorts of things with the Red Bull this year. But then, of course, as their understanding of the rules has come along, and the technical directive that definitely hasn't hurt Ferrari, as Tom Mack goes up the inside in turn number 1 in Tamburello. But then on the cutback, Hugh Sam has gotten alongside, and then the two make side-by-side contact. Over the grass goes Hugh Sam. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's not what we want to see, but we do see at least a pass on circuit.
We just about got away with it. We both live to fight another day on that one. As the sun rises over Imola, the Lexus moves up onto the podium because Tom Mack, I think this was all fairly clean in the first part. He runs a little deep, and Hugh Sam gets the old switcheroo, and it's just his second phase where it may actually be Hugh Sam that initiated the contact there.
I think I'd agree with you, yeah. I think that was, it looked as though Tom was still moving towards the outside curb when the contact happened, so they clearly hadn't straightened up, they hadn't started to move towards Hugh Sam, so I think that Hugh Sam was just expecting there to be a bit more space there than there actually was.
We'll leave that one to the stewards. I'd hate to call it, but thankfully they're both still pointing in the right direction.
Shall I fill the James Hunt, your Murray Walker? on this occasion, shall I just go ahead and say, yeah? Well, I think that that's definitely Hugh Sam's fault.
Superbly done. It's up to you how far you stretch the James Hunt impersonation on the rest of your Sunday afternoon, I would say.
Well, given that I have my job to go back to on Williams esports stream, I think getting completely sloshed would be a bad idea. It'd be entertaining, but it'd probably be my last Williams esports stream.
Hell of a way to go.
It would. And we're going to be doing it till about 11 o'clock anyway, so there's a possibility that might happen regardless, just to be able to cope, frankly. It's a long time to be speaking. And I'm obviously making it more difficult for myself by speaking on my breaks here.
Indeed. So that's is that what's going on over there then? Is that I assume it's an endurance race if it's going on that long?
There are two endurance races. It's Super Sunday on the Williams esports channel, because we've got the 24-hour series 6 hours of COTA going on right now. And we initially thought that the broadcast would finish at 8 o'clock, because we thought, for whatever reason, that the other race, the IMSA race, which is the 2.4 hours of Indianapolis, we thought that was going to be happening at the same time as the 24 hours series race, but it's actually going to be starting as that one finishes at 8 o'clock, so 2.4 hours on from there, and then a bit of post-show stuff. That's going to see us get through to around about 11 o'clock. When we finish over there. So yeah, right now, it was supposed to be 3 cars running in for Williams on the 24-hour, 6 hours of COTA, but there was a registration problem for one of the drivers in one of those cars, so that car is limited to just one driver, which means it won't be able to do the whole race. You can't do more than 4 hours without getting a penalty in that particular series, so they'll just race until the driver finishes their stints, and then and then ends up going away. But then, as far as the other two cars, you've got Ati Kaupinen, who's in the car 55, the GT3 car. They're up there currently. If I just bring up the live timing screen, actually, they're only about sort of 5 seconds off of the lead or so. So it's a not bad position for them at all, and definitely room to move forward because, of course, that race has only been going for around about an hour and a bit now, out of the 6. And then in terms of the other car that's running, they're in the Porsche Super Cup class. That's Cody Deeth driving at the moment in car 995, and they had a little bit of an unfortunate start, really. They qualified down in 10th in class, so around about sort of 26th overall. And then at Kota, on the run down towards turn number 11, before the main back straight, just got the braking ever so slightly wrong and hit the side of a car in front, which caused the pair of them to half spins. They lost about 5 seconds than the rest of their Porsche Super Cup pack in front of them, and there's a bit of damage on that front right corner as well, as we see now. We've got the car of Team Banana going up the inside down into Tamburello. Take it away, Zor.
Yeah, Tamburello has been the key overtaken spot today, unsurprisingly, really, at the end of the longest straight on the circuit. And Team Banana, having been a lap down in the early part of this race, are back up into the top 10. So a good recovery drive going on, firstly from Camilo Dehaan and now from Simon Vonda, otherwise known as False Tax in the FRS server.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, they were saying earlier on when I jumped in with them that they are 2 laps down and about a second a lap slower than the leader on pure pace. And I said that's no excuse. They have to get back onto the lead lap by the next time that I jump into that audio channel with them. So expect to see some blistering, blinding pace from Team Banana at some point in the not too distant future.
Well, it will be blistering pace if they continue to use all of the circuit and a little bit more, as we saw from the Banana car at the exit of, I think, turn 8 there, that was. What else is going on? The other car that was a lap down is the Crofty posting French Guyana team car of Christophe Demey. Now, Demey has continued, I think is the only driver, actually. No, it's Demey and Stitchbury are the 2 drivers who continued on for a second stint. This car was also lap down, but is now in a fight with the Track.eu racing team entry, currently being driven by Julian Strasser just up the road there. That's the green car. The car you can see in the background is Tom Mack, who's in 3rd place and about to put a lap on both of these cars. Other drivers that we haven't introduced, well, we've got Klaus Schneider now in the Woonich racing car, taking over from what I could suggest is his brother, because we had forgive me, is it Lars Schneider who was in the other car before? Let me bring up my timing screen. Let me confirm that. It was indeed Lars Schneider. I got it right the first time. So, 2 Schneiders in one car. I'd go as far as to suggest it might be a team of brothers, but I don't know for sure. Coincidence does exist.
It certainly does. It certainly does. We've had I forget who it is now, but in the FRS we've had father and son team before, haven't we? In seasons past. Do you know who I'm on about?
Oh, good question. I know we've got the Volers in the PlayStation divisions.
That might be the one, actually.
I don't know if they're brothers, father-son, or what have you, but I know there's a Richard and a Franz, I think, possibly, if memory serves. This is a good 3-car fight now, actually, because the car ahead of this is Ty Crabtree in the FRS team race control car. That's the big yellow car, big yellow BMW there. So this is now a 3-car fight over P13.
Is indeed. I do love AWD, but the fact they're driving a BMW means
here's a move.
Down. Ooh, look at this.
3 wide. Incredible scenes.
Right in Tosa. Oh, and then Tom Mack is getting the lap on one of them. And poor old Crabtree. He goes from 1 position ahead of all these guys to then 3 positions back. Well, 2 positions back, but then 1 car additionally in between them.
Well, my cap is doffed firmly to Christophe Demey, who in a 7-hour endurance race just managed a double overtake in 1 corner in Tosa, no less.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was a hell of a dive.
It was, and a very well executed one as well. I mean, there was the little bit of sideways action from the other cars, but ultimately there was no contact between anybody. It was all clean and fair, and it was the exact sort of racing we like to see here in the FRS.
If you're Tom Mack in the number 269 car who was coming up to lap that group, I mean, that is the last thing you want to see as you're coming up to lap those cars. Just like, oh God, what are they doing?
Absolutely. I mean, to be a fly on the wall in Team Blueberry's voice chat right now would be an interesting thing. I would not put it beyond the realms of possibility that some light screaming may have happened at that point. But there we go. I mean, he's been able to make his way past them all now and put a lap on all of them. The Ferrari might have something to say about that, going down in towards Tamburello. I want to unlap myself. But it's what the car might be thinking to itself. But what the drivers may be thinking, I don't know. I can't do perfect impersonations of everybody in the FRS, you see. So
we're still working on that.
Yeah, it's still working on it. There's a few hundred of people odd to get through, isn't there, at this point? So
as a starting point, it would be nice if we could get one. But
we'll work on it. We'll work on it. I mean, if I can do a Max Verstappen impression, I could just say that it's also Fraser, I suppose.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. But then again, I suppose if I did do my Dutch accent, I'd probably just alienate all of the Dutch contingent of the FRS. Even though Fraser's not Dutch, we know he's German. But he sounds awfully close to Max Verstappen.
I mean, there is a considerable Dutch contingent in FRS. When I was... I had a bit of a gripe with simracing.gp, which is the site that was used to organise this race and advertise it to the wider community. Mm-hmm. Now... You know, as well as anyone, as a commentator, what we like is surname. Driver surname. And if you can give me first name or first initial, that's absolutely fine. What simracing.gp does is first name and then first initial of surname.
Ah.
Don't know how I'm supposed to work with that when I'm doing my little prep work. Especially when half of the grid seems to be Dutch and it's all just like somebody V.
Yes.
Which, as far as I'm concerned, it's going to be Van anything you like. So.
Well, maybe it could be done in terms of just personal preference. It's a Van Transit, Van. I don't know any other vans actually. There's a gap in my automotive knowledge, I suppose, and my terrible sense of humour.
I was trying to think of the name of the Renault van.
Oh, is that a Kangoo?
A Kangoo, that's it.
That's the one. Yes.
Get one of them in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Or what we could do is if someone could mod in the Renault Espace F1, take that endurance racing, that would be great fun.
Oh, yeah. We'd all last about 3 corners.
Yeah. It'd be great fun regardless.
Let's talk lap times. So, Marvin Helgert, by the way, has finally settled into this stint. And you can see on the screen there, he's only about 1.8 seconds behind Hussam Al-Khatib now. We're watching the FRS team line car of Conor McDermott, who's struggled for pace a little bit here. He's in the low 44s, and then he had a 149.9 on the previous lap, which implies a mistake somewhere or other. I'm trying to see if the front of that car is in good shape. It's quite a complicated livery to be able to make out whether the car's in one piece. Last lap for the race leader, who we've not checked in on for a while. Thomas Perello was the fastest lap of the race, a 1:42.1, and that was a full second faster than Kevin Kovac in P2. Regis Picombier are starting to dominate this one.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a rather magnificent gap to hold. That being said, though, with 5 hours and 20 odd minutes left in the race, there's still plenty of time for some shambles and for other drivers to then get the foot down and get racing further on. I mean, it's a bit like that virtual Le Mans race yesterday, virtual Le Mans series race, I should say, the 6 hours of Spa. In that race, Porsche Coanda had 2 cars that were 1 and 2 for the majority of the race, going absolutely hammer and tongs all race long. And then, because they needed to do an extra pit stop at the end versus everybody else, it was then AMG Team Petronas and Redline and one other, but it was an RHE Esports car, I think, as well. Were able to beat them all the way to the finish, and so as a result, you had these cars which had been imperiously quick then suddenly laid low by the fact that their strategy didn't quite work out. So could be a similar sort of thing here. If drivers are going flat out, then they'll have to do more stops. They'll go through their tyres more quickly as well, and it's all going to become a factor.
Steady.
Let's see. Oh, that livery, it just makes me giggle. I'm sorry.
So I'm not sure. We've got... I think this might be serving a drive-through, which implies to me that I'm not getting the penalties up on the screen that I would like to get up on the screen. So I may need to talk to race control about trying to give us that information.
Would be nice if we got all of that. And looking in terms of the timing graphic, obviously I'm a few seconds behind you at the moment, but Hugh Sam and Helge, I think, have swapped positions.
Oh, did I miss an overtake? What am I playing at? Let's run it back a minute and see if we can find it. Yeah, here we go. So this is FRS Team Lemon, who at the time of viewing right now are behind the FRS Team Monkey car, driven by Hugh Sam off the team. But Helge has been settling into his stint a bit now. He's into the 42s, lap time wise, you can see. Where's this move going to happen? Well, he's all over the back of him through the chicane. So it looks like this may happen on the way down to Rivatsa. Helge wasting no time here. He's going to try and go the long way. In fact, he's been let through, I would say, by Alpha Team.
Yeah, it certainly looked as though the fight was given up before they got to the braking zone, didn't it? So, yeah, perhaps another one of these instances where if you're able to tuck into a fast-moving car, tuck in behind them, I should say, then something that we see across endurance racing, generally speaking, is even though you may have more pace to fight them, you might be able to stay ahead of them. If you're able to tuck in behind and lift and coast and save a bit more fuel whilst then maintaining a good pace because of the slipstream, then that can then serve you incredibly well indeed. Also means that if they are sort of dragged up by Helge there, then they'll be able to get onto the back of Tom Mack in the not too distant future as well. Just over the course of this lap, it's come down by a few tenths of a second, that gap between the pair.
We're watching the fight between Matt Parker and Christophe Demey. Demey continuing this recovery drive from being a lap down on the field. Had to lift slightly there as he went for the overtake, but looks like he's going to have a chance of getting the move done down into Tamburello. No, he's had to duck back into the slipstream of the Aston Martin, but I think the move is done. I think Parker's let him go there. So that is Crofty posting French Guiana up to P12.
Some inventive team names going on as well.
There are two Crofty posting teams, which makes me assume that Crofty posting is a thing of which I have not previously been aware, and maybe I should be more aware of it because it sounds funny.
I think you need to be more familiar with the sort of the depths of the server channels in the FRS server. That's a term I have only seen once before, and it was in an FRS server. It was either in this one or in the F1 one. So I forget which, but it was it's a term I've heard before. Again, we're before the watershed, so I won't do any explanations as to what the word Crofty is replacing or anything.
Well, I think I can work out as much as I need to work out there.
Do you think you can?
I've got the picture. I mean, I had a real showing my age moment before the stream kicked off, where I saw FRS Team Monkey is the name, Monke, and I sort of looked at that and I said, Is there a way I'm supposed to pronounce that? Is it just monkey? Because it comes from a meme of which I'm too old to fully understand.
No, I am as well.
But I need to make sure that I'm down with the kids, as it was, to be able to commentate this sort of event. And I've failed considerably, I imagine.
No, I wouldn't worry about it at all. I say... what I would say we can't say on stream actually. So I would say instead that we are, we're a highly professional individual. We don't need to know what the kids are up to. The kids are the future, but they're not the present. So go away, you filthy children. would be something like what I would say. I don't know what I'm saying at all at this point. I'm sort of just rambling at this point, sort of, because I know that I'm now going to have to disappear, I'm afraid, and go back to Williams.
Absolutely fair. Been a pleasure to have you here for the past 30 minutes or so.
Excellent.
Good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you. I will leave everybody then in the capable hands and the dulcet tones of Mr. Harold Azur.
Thank you very much. And if we're lucky, we may hear from Mr. Gilligan later, but I wouldn't put too much money on it because he does have a lot of talking to do today. As have I, because I've been going for, 2.5 hours now. So we are approaching, I would say, probably in around the next 5 minutes, the first commentary break period of the day, where you will be sans commentator for the rest of this afternoon, because well, not the rest of the afternoon, but for a period of the afternoon, because I feel it would be remiss of me to talk forever, as it were. So what will happen is that obviously the stream will stay up and you will still get all the pictures that you want to see. You will be left in the very capable hands, I assume, maybe not very capable, it's an AI, of the ACC TV autopilot feature that has a bias towards cars in close proximity to each other, such as this fight between Luke van der Heijden and Ewan Stitchbury. Also has a bias towards cars on good pace, such as the leader of the race, Thomas Pirello, who on that previous lap was a good half a second clear of anybody else on the circuit again, and has extended his lead to 22.1 seconds as we approach we're approaching the end of the second hour of this FRS 420 as we watch Van der Heijden under a lot of pressure now from Stitchbury as they come through Ravatsa for the 59th time. The leader of the race is actually a lap ahead of these cars now at this point. Regis Picombier up front are absolutely flying, it must be said. Here comes Stitchbury looking to the outside of the sole Mercedes in the race, and now the inside as we go into turn one, and it was held very nicely around the outside actually by Luke van der Heijden, and we continue status quo as the sun continues to rise at the Autodromo Enzo e Dino Ferrari. Going to check in towards the back of the field now with Matt Parker and Julian Strasser. Strasser in the track.eu entry. Still going in this race, the McLaren, the sole McLaren in this race. Little flash of the headlights there. I'm coming through and there's nothing you should do to stop me. We'll see if Matt Parker agrees or disagrees with that assessment of the situation. The McLaren on the inside as we come down to Tamburello and makes up a place. Keeps it within the lines. Great move there from Julian Strasser, and track.eu are up to P13. Okay, so I am now going to take the opportunity at the point where there's clearly lots of action on the circuit to bring in the first commentary break of the day. So what I'm going to do is put up a little text box. This is about to get really high tech in here, so bear with me, because I wasn't smart enough to pre-plan this feature. Oh, car off the circuit there is Ty Crabtree, and also car off the circuit there was Luke van der Heijden, and Ewan Stitchbury is through. It's all happening here. So no comms on a break, and I knew that would be as hilariously oversized. I didn't want it to be. Just going to pop this little note down here in the bottom corner of the screen. Tell you what we'll do as well. We'll make the font nicer for you lovely people. I should have the everyone's favourite font knocking around. There we go. So, I'm going to take a break, let the voice rest for a little bit, and yeah, you're going to have about, I would say, minimum 30 minutes, up to an hour of silence on the stream. Hopefully, it won't be that long. But what I'm also going to do is I'm going to set ACCTV to autopilot and let the AI take the wheel. So, I think all that's left for me to say right now is thank you very much for your company for the past 2.5 hours or so. And I will be back. This won't be the last you hear from me today. We've got a little over 5 hours left in the FRS 420. I will be back with you all a little later on. Well, hello again, everybody. A little commentary break is over, and we're going to talk you through another hour or so of action here from the FRS 420, the inaugural FRS endurance event. This is the 7 hours of Imola. The sun is up. It's sort of morning conditions, and Ben Loppard continues to lead this race for the French team, Regis Picombier, and that lead is 23.6 seconds, which is near enough where it was about an hour ago when I stepped away on a break. Charlie Chibbles is in second place for Team Pumpkin, having stepped back into the car from his teammate Kevin Kovac. And we are around, for most teams, we are between sort of 35 and 50 minutes into this stint. So it's possibly sort of another half an hour or so, for some teams a bit less, before we'll be into another pit window. FRS Team Lemon are now in third place. Marvin Helget's currently behind the wheel, having cleared both the number 67 FRS Team Monkey Car, that is in fourth place, and also the FRS Team Blueberry car, which is slipping down the order somewhat, now in P6, as FRS Team Lime have moved up to P5. Having said that, that was the FRS Team Lime car off the circuit there. We just caught the end of that. Hercules Harkema behind the wheel. And that is Charlie Chibbles just behind him, about to put a lap on the fifth place car. So at the moment, it feels like this is a two-horse race. Chibbles just coming across the line to begin his 103rd lap of this Imola circuit. And Ben Loppard is just exiting Tosa. So that is the gap that the French team have at the front of this race. Elsewhere, the Crofty Posting ACC Advocates team find themselves in P7 now. They start at the back of the grid in P17, so it's been great progress from the 2-car team of Ewan Stitchbury and currently driving David Moniz. That car has a good 30-second gap back to the 8th place Porsche. Orca Pose Racing. Ivo van Collenberg behind the wheel, though, coming to the end of this stint.
Darling, you're muted. I can't hear you on Discord.
Oh, hello. Are you back again? I am now not muted on Discord.
Excellent.
Hello.
Hello.
I did not expect to have anyone else here, so I was nattering away to myself, bringing people up to speed.
No, I'm gonna drop in all day. I'm gonna make your life a misery. I mean, enhance it in great.
A joy.
Yes, exactly. Unless you don't want me, of course. I'm more than happy to bugger off.
Happy to have you here. I've just returned from something of a commentary break myself.
Very good.
So we are just catching the lovely viewers, if there's any of them left, because we're a long way into this race. We've just gone 3 hours. So in half an hour, we'll be at the halfway point of this endurance race. And yeah, I mean, we've got the 2 lead cars within 25 seconds of each other, so still all to play for, I would say.
Absolutely. I do love the liveries on display here today, but I have to object to the to some of the things I'm seeing on this particular livery here. The fact that there is an OnlyFans and a Rich Energy logo occupying similar real estate means that I've now got a horrible image of Hobo Santa doing horrible things on the internet. But there we are. But yes, this is a good race though so far. I mean, people seem happy. I've been dropping into teams and saying hello to them and so on, and everybody seems to be having a grand old time.
I think we seem to have good progress from the FRS team Lime car over the past hour. It's the team Blueberry car that's sort of been making backwards progress. Tom Mack handed that over to Gali a little while ago, and that car's now in P6, although still almost a minute clear of the Crofty Posting car that's now in 7th place.
Excellent, good stuff. I'm especially happy that we've got such a good little collection of people on today. Sorry, my brain's turned to mush a little bit from having to talk about endurance cars going around for the last hour on my own, and really there wasn't a huge amount going on.
It's a challenge, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but it's something which I'm getting more and more used to with the more Williams esports streams I do, I'm afraid. I mean, I love doing them. They're fantastic fun, but yeah, there's a lot of time when nothing happens. And it's challenging, as you say. But here on the FRS, at least we can talk about all the people that we know and how lovely they all are.
Indeed. This is a pit stop that sees Knack Track back in the number 67 car. Knack Track started the stint for this team, FRS team Monkey. So we've had everybody in the car, and Spike has handed this back over to Knack Track, and they're going to exit the pit lane in P6, having made one more stop than all of the cars ahead of them, and indeed the 3 cars behind them as well.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a good effort so far from that team. I understand that they were the ones who had a little bit of a fracas with Team Lemon earlier on. Is that right?
There was something of that nature. I might have actually not been here when that happened. We've got I've got access to Stuart's stuff now, so I'm just trying to pass my way through that. There has been, I know earlier in the race there was a penalty applied to the possibly the number 16 car, the number 87 car that is in 16th place, which is the FRS Team Brazil entry. Damien Collado behind the wheel of that at the moment, but they had to serve a penalty twice, which is obviously not ideal. So that's why that car finds itself so far back, yet they are beginning to catch up to the number 35 car. They're a good 30 odd seconds back still. The number 35 car is the Track.eu racing team entry, who are still going with Panic Fungus in the car. Quite a name.
Certainly is, yes. I think, yes. I'm not sure if I've ever seen a fungus panic before. Well, we've just seen an example of what that might look like with them having a little bit of an excursion over the gravel.
Yeah, I apologise for arriving on the scene just as that happened. Who else is going well? Team Cush here, coming into the pits. We've caught them just at the right moment. So Matt Parker's stint is done. And I believe we might be handing the car back over to Signor Giraffa, which is another phenomenal name.
Yes. A little bit of language on the back there that we can't use, but yes, I was talking with those guys a few minutes ago and seeing how things were going for them, and then hearing a bit of the inspiration behind the livery itself. Apparently, completely covered in North American cannabis companies. So, if we're going to call anybody a shill on the FRS, I think it might have to be these guys. You can't go getting that advertising money, not on our watch, no sir. Yes. Anyway, I'm talking nonsense again, aren't I?
I think that's largely what we need to do for the next 3 hours and 53 minutes.
Oh, marvellous. Excellent. Good. Right, I can do that. In the chat right now, Miss Adventure is saying, go Team Cush. Well, I think that a lot of people feel that way around the world, frankly. But don't tell them in certain parts of the world, you'll get arrested. And then hashtag 420 from Martin Klaassen. So, yes, that is what we're doing.
Well, we'll have a look at the number 420 now, because FRS Team Banana, who were P15 and a lap down on the whole field, have made 5 pit stops and yet find themselves in 10th place and all over the back of the Orcapose Racing Porsche with Thomas van der Stroos behind the wheel. Now, I think Van der Stroos may be, he's very much due a pit stop. He is, he's just had a pit stop. I was looking at that and it said 01 : something, and I'm like, he must have been in the car for 1 hour and 3 minutes, but it was going up every second, and I'm going, he's going to need to make a pit stop very soon. Because 1 hour and 9 minutes is the maximum stint length. The closest person to need to change coming to the pits would be Hakima for FRS Team Lime. So within the next 9 minutes, I think that car will be in the pits and presumably handing back to Connor McDermott.
Excellent. And is a driver change mandatory at the end of those stints, or is that simply just the length of time you're allowed to run on track before then getting new tyres or fuel?
Yeah, so it's the latter. So 69 minutes is the maximum stint length. They can keep the same driver in if they want, but they'll need to be in the pits within the next, 8 minutes, as it is now, to avoid breaking the rules, which we don't want to do. Fight on circuit between Team Cush and Track.eu as we come down to Ravazza. 2 wheels on the grass there for Panic Fungus. And looks like Signor Giraffa, who's just come out the pit lane, is going to get that move done around the outside on the fresher tyres. Car number 35 is 57 minutes into that stint compared to the Aston Martin, which is barely 2 minutes into their own stint.
Absolutely. Look at that there. So the Fungus is most definitely panicked, it seems. Maybe there's some sort of herbicide or something like that coming out the back of the Aston Martin. That would certainly be a terrifying thing for a Fungus and would cause it to panic. So we can't count it out as a theory. That's what I'm saying.
I was going to have a look at some lap times.
Let's not do that. That's far too serious.
It is quite serious, isn't it? Basically, this car is setting the best lap times. It's the lead car. It's Ben Loppard.
Would you believe it?
Up in the leads. Still in the 42s. Charlie Chibbles in the low 43s. He was a 42.8 on lap 106. But that situation. It seems like Track will soon be approaching the back of the Team Blueberry car. You might spot in the background, that's the Team Lemon car of Marvin Helga. If I'm not mistaken, overtook this car at the start of his own stint a little while ago.
Yeah.
Now, I think Track, it's an extra pit stop for that car, which explains a lot of the deficit there.
It certainly does, yeah. It's interesting. I went into Team Blueberry's chat. I sort of wished them all good luck and so on. I asked whilst I was there, why a Lexus? Of all the cars you could possibly take racing, why a Lexus? And ultimately, the two people who were chatting at that point were Mr. Mac and Galley. And Nordy was not, and they both blamed Nordy for the Lexus. So ultimately, I've not got an answer for you just yet, Zord, but I'm sure that later on I will be able to corner him and get an answer out of him. We will see. We will see on that one. But as far as why a Lexus, well, currently the best reason I can come up with is why not.
Well, that Lexus is under pressure here from Knack Track and the Aston Martin. Who's going to look to the inside on the fresher tyres? Are we going to send this to the inside? The car's still there. Garley sticks it out around the outside, but gets on the curb and is off.
Ooh, dear. Dear, oh dear. I think discretion may have been the better part of valor there, but ultimately, props to them for at least trying to fight it and trying to hang around the outside. Not the way that it's necessarily the way they would have wanted that to go. I think it's more than fair to say. It's a bit sort of reminiscent of what we've seen in Formula One at this circuit, with this first corner really being the only opportunity to overtake, and it tends to be the car on the inside, regardless of how much alongside on the inside they are, that then ends up taking the spoils. Excuse me, I'm having hiccups or belches or some sort of weird hybrid combination of the two. That was bizarre.
We're about to pick up this fight. There we go. FRS Team Banana are up into 9th place. They've made their way through. I guess we might as well get the old replay out for this.
Oh, yes.
It looks like it's going to happen on the straight. Obviously, we know that Aston Martin's got very good straight line speed. I'd say very, very good. Just breezed past the Porsche. Perhaps Ocapos Racing just letting the Aston Martin go, running their own race possibly at this stage. We know that Aston has been into the pits more often than any other car over the course of this one. And Van der Stroos is only 6 minutes into this stint, so he'll just be settling into another 69-minute run. He's been in the car for a while as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And obviously, you know, at the start of a stint, you're going to be that much heavier. You're going to be a car which is therefore not going to be able to display its ultimate pace, even if you do have fresh tyres on or anything like that. So yeah, it's perhaps a bit more understandable then that they lost the fight quite so easily in a straight line there between themselves and Team Banana.
Here are the number 105, Crofty posting French Guiana team. Gabriel Munoz behind the wheel at the moment. That car was at the back in the early part of the race, has made its way up to P11 with fairly consistent pace in the sort of high 43s, low 44s. But considering where everyone else is on the circuit, or what we were seeing before, very, very lonely at the moment.
Tell you what, though, you would never think it looking at the front end of that Ferrari. It looks a very, very happy, smiley car, doesn't it? Look at that.
It does, yeah.
That's if you've ever thought of that's a cheerful-looking car, that Ferrari is it. I'm not going to be able to get that out of my head now.
I reckon the worst thing about it is it's probably trying to look mean, and it just ain't. It just ain't working. Look at it.
Hello. That's sort of what I imagine. Imagine that, but with an Italian accent. Hello, or something like that.
It's
That
like,
doesn't sound Italian at all. That sounds very offensive, is what that sounds like. I apologise to the world for whatever noise I just made there.
I was going to say it's the Jeremy Clarkson grin that he does whenever he describes himself as a genius.
The smug face.
Yes, the smug face.
Yes.
I'm getting that vibe from that Ferrari.
Sometimes my pace, it generates gravity. This Ferrari is thinking.
Man on base in chat saying he enjoys the face on the back. Kind of like a fish. Well, we're going to need to see the back of the car now to form an opinion on that.
Something not many people have seen.
Oh, today. I see it. Yeah, I got it. Got the two lights as eyes, and then it's sort of I guess where the registration plate would sit.
Let's see here. Oh, I can see what you mean, yes.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay, so the Ferrari doing very well in the which car looks like a silly face stakes. Let's take a look at the Aston Martin, which I think is far too serious.
It's too serious. angry, frankly. I mean, so where the Ferrari looks like it's trying to be intimidating, the Aston looks a bit more like a man who stood on a piece of Lego in the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's just not happy, is it? It's just, it's all try hard and, yeah. Probably why they're 1 and 2 in this race.
Well, yes, quite. It's a shame, really, because Aston's sort of known for making the most beautiful cars, yet of all the cars running around at the moment, it's the one which makes me kind of recoil a little bit, not from its ugliness, but more from just how mean it looks, really.
Yeah, here I am. What, 3 hours and a bit into a 7-hour stream, and I'm here calling Aston Martin tryhards. Do better. Here's the Nissan.
See, the Nissan looks a bit like a pug to me.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
It's got that sort of flat face thing going on.
6 eyes.
But, yeah. It
4 eyes on the back.
Looks sort of happy to see you, though, in a way.
In a way. So part happy to see you, part miserable at its own existence. So very much like a pug, actually.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's an apt description.
Continue through the field. This is the Lexus.
Yep.
It's currently being a bit shy.
It is. Oh, maybe it has good reason to be.
I mean, if anything, I'm getting like a whale vibe where it just opens its mouth and feeds all the plankton in.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually. That's yeah, because it is quite a gaping just area there for the grill, isn't it? It's not something which looks particularly inviting, shall we say.
If anyone in the chat is done with this conversation, do let us know. But we're gonna plow on with the Audi.
Oh, we are, absolutely. Now the Audi, I have high hopes for this one based on how the original car looks, but we'll see in a moment in its racing format.
It doesn't trust you, does it? It's sneering a bit.
Yeah, it's either sneering or it's doing the sort of thing where its eyes are, its eyes are sort of suspicious, but its mouth is happy. It's sort of like shouting out something.
Nothing
this is
yet.
one of the stranger moments of my commentary career.
It has to be, but I'm rolling with it.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm not complaining. It's more just an observation. You know what I mean?
Here's the BMW.
Yeah, see the BMW. I've never been a BMW fan.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the yellow BMW because we'll get a better look.
Ugh.
It's like the eyes are giving me like an eagle, but the mouth is. It's not good, is it?
No, it's sort of. To be honest, it just reminds me of what I would like to do to people who actually own a BMW. I would like to staple their mouths in the middle. That's not what I'd actually like to do. That's sort of sociopathic. But
it's got the sort of, when you draw angry eyebrows on something.
Oh yes, it does, doesn't it?
It's really got the angry eyebrows vibe going on.
Yes, like the sort of the memes where it's like a sort of so and so complains about something. You mean like this thing?
Yeah.
And then it's sort of the brief moment of reflection and then angry face.
It's when you see it head on, you just get that real. I am mad at you vibe.
I tell you what, it's like a sort of a 4-year-old or something. Maybe 4's too young. I don't know. I don't have kids, but like it's like a child, like a relatively young child, trying to look cross whilst it's also lost a few of its milk teeth.
Yes. Yeah, I'm on board with that description. Someone send that to the design team at BMW.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's a Porsche. Which looks absolutely terrified to be here, I have to say.
It's bug-eyed, it's huge eyes, it's like, oh, what's happening? It's just...
The best way I could describe this is, as it goes round.
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
probably what it's like driving the Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. Yeah, that's it's a fairly apt. I think it's also probably the noise that animal, that weird hybrid creation they have on the doors makes as well.
Okay, that's a strong second. Actually, that's a very strong second behind, whatever the hell the first car we talked about was, the Ferrari.
The Ferrari, yes.
Yeah. Now the Mercedes.
Oh dear.
Grrr.
Actually, I'll give you one better than Gurr. It looks like a policeman from the 1970s. Enormous moustache.
Yes.
That they can clearly run a comb through, and it's got those sort of beady-looking eyes of sort of like, now, what are you up to here, sunshine? Hello.
Now then.
now then.
Okay, yeah, another strong content. I'm putting it on the podium. The Mercedes. Good effort from the Merc.
Yes, good effort from the Merc.
I've got one more entry for you, which you'll have to be
okay.
nice to. It's the McLaren.
Oh, I mean, it's just beautiful. There's nothing else that we can say. That's Angelina Jolie as a car, clearly. Yeah, it's. I was a bit confused earlier on because I saw it from the back and I thought, hang on, that doesn't look like a 12C, because I've of course been commentating on stuff with iRacing, and so they have the 12C GT3, and so then I've seen it from the front and I was like, oh, it's definitely a 720. I'm not going mad. Thank God for that. Yes, I really like. I mean, if anything, as long as nobody shares this, I don't like the headlamps. I know that's a little bit sacrilege to say.
You're allowed an opinion.
But yeah, I much prefer McLarens with the sort of the either like the GT or like the 570 style sort of headlamps. They're a bit more swooshy. You know what I mean?
Yes.
These ones are they're aggressive and they have a mean look to them. But yeah, I wouldn't. If I could design a 720 where I could then just take those out and put different ones in, then I would do. Put it that way.
I mean, they're nowhere near as aggressive as the BMW.
Grr. No, that's very true.
I am so mad you've taken my pocket money.
Yeah.
Why can't I have any sweets?
Well, you had sweets and now you got no teeth anymore. So that's.
Well, that
and
killed
now your
10
mother,
minutes.
and now your mother's mad at me.
That little feature killed 10 minutes, so
it
now
did.
Have 3 hours and 37 minutes left to fill.
We do. Some of which you will have to do on your own, by the way. I'm just forewarning you.
Well, we will have Mr. Roy Weller stepping in at some point. Well, I'll be only getting fed and watered, as it were. I took a little break and went and sat downstairs with my fiancée, and we watched Louis Theroux talk to Judi Dench, which was actually very entertaining. I would recommend it if you have access to the BBC's content.
Excellent. Yes, I think I will. Actually, to be honest, is that iPlayer or is that?
It is. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Yeah. I tell you what though, I did get BritBox recently, and the only program that I got it for, and it's going to make me sound like such an old man, but I got it so I could watch Lewis.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Because I really like that show, and I don't know why. Well, I know why. I love it. I think it's great, but it's definitely like it's the sort of thing that your grandparents would be watching on ITV3.
Yeah, I'm
like,
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure my mum has like all the box sets of Lewis.
Yeah. Went to my school actually. The
there you go.
fellow who plays the main character.
He's called Kevin something, isn't he? Is he called Kevin? He was in Our Wiedersehen Pet. Which
wasn't he?
The famous Geordie Builder comedy sitcom with Jimmy Nail and the other one. Tim someone.
Kevin Waitley.
That's his name. There you go.
That's the one.
Into the pits. We've got a pit stop.
Oh, excellent. There we go. We can actually talk about some racing. This is just a sneak preview of when we eventually get this podcast off the ground, by the way. So this is just what we'll do. We'll just talk
ITV
nonsense.
drama.
Yes, ITV drama and nonsense. I was going to say a different word beginning with B and ending in Ollocks there, but it wouldn't have been safe for daytime viewing. But I think we avoided it there. I think no one knows what I would have said otherwise.
Expertly dodged.
Yes, indeed. I'm a consummate professional. As you know. Oh dear. But yes, so Aston Martin out then, Kevin Kovacs into the car. And they've set on the previous few laps times which form the Spanish flag, apparently.
Yes, as have the FRS Team Lemon car with its Minecraft livery.
That's another great bit of design choice. in my opinion. I mean, it's wonderful. And they've gone to the extra detail. They've got the dirt, they've got the grass, but then they've got a little bit of the stone and a bit of other little bits and pieces in there, and it's just it makes my inner 6-year-old very happy.
Chef's kiss. The Blueberry car is also into the pits. Garley's time at the wheel, I think, is done. We'll possibly be handing this back to Kevin Nordermeer. Just needs to back it up in the pit box. Hopefully there's no penalty for that.
Now, given that there is the very prominent Alpine livery on this car, I think that Galley may have lied to me earlier on when he said that the car was Nordy's decision.
Is Nordy also part of the Alpine team this season?
Well, I don't know, actually. That's a good question. But I know that Galley is, of course, he's the most stout Enstone supporter that we have in the FRS. I think that's fair to say.
Do they have any supporters left after the events of this season?
Well, they won't in Spain. Or in Australia. Well, actually, they might in Australia, because they might have Doohan in as the bench warmer.
Yeah, go on, Jackie Doohan.
So, yeah. Which, actually, to be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing him getting into an F1 seat. He's impressed me in this sort of second half of the F2 season.
Well, barring the traditional... Have you seen that the F2 calendar has managed to extend the amount of time between the penultimate round and the final round in 2023?
I have, yes. It's quite
impressive,
ridiculous, isn't it?
How long can we make it between the last two races of the season? I think it's like nearly 3 months.
Yeah. And you just sort of think to yourself, if you're one of the drivers and you're going into like a last round showdown, not happening this year, of course, because Drugovich has been brilliant, and Porchera has been disappointing. But you know, if you're one of those drivers and you're going into a final round showdown, and there's no in-season testing or anything like that, there's no in-season running outside of race events. So what happens if you sort of just kind of forget the car a little bit, and you can't get onto the same form that you were on 3-4 months earlier? That's going to be bitterly disappointing, I think, if that ends up happening in the future. I'm surprised that nobody is talking about it as well.
Well, yeah,
or at least not that I've seen.
You know, for a driver like Logan Sargent, for example, who has a huge career opportunity riding on stepping into the car in Abu Dhabi in a few weeks' time, and nailing a good enough result to get the super license points he needs. I'm sure he would rather not have had 2 months away from that car.
Absolutely. I think there is one driver on the grid, though, the current F1 grid, who would hope that he gets those months away from the car, and that's the F2 champion of a few years ago, Mick Schumacher.
Yeah.
So I get the feeling that as much as I would hope otherwise, I think that Haas will end up going for Hulkenberg.
Yeah, the rumour mill seems to have it that Hulkenberg will be de facto in that car on Thursday. He'll be announced on Thursday this week, depending on who your sources are.
Which I think, I think it's a shame, personally. No sort of, ill will towards Nico Hulkenberg. I won't go as far as to say no disrespect, because I feel like someone is going to just say that I disrespect him here, but whatever, I'm going to commit to it. But he had his time, ultimately. He was in F1 for a good 10 years or so, which is longer than most drivers in its history. As a championship, he entered so many races, he didn't get a podium. I don't know what everybody sort of sees in him, really. He's obviously very experienced and can be valued in that sense, but experience obviously comes cost. Schumacher is probably cheaper. Sure, he's been the car a couple of times, but I would doubt very much that the millions extra in salary for Hulkenberg is going to offset any damage limitation that comes from that deal. And yeah, it just sort of it smacks of this sort of idea that we're still just clinging on to old drivers who shouldn't really be in the sport anymore.
It's a bizarre thing in F1, isn't it? Where your career, if you make it past, I would say if you make it past 3 full seasons, then you get a decade. Once you're deemed good enough, and you make it past the sort of 3-season hump. You look at drivers like Latifi, Giovinazzi, off the top of my head, who did 3 seasons and then that's it, they're out the door, and you don't come back. If you get beyond that, it seems like we love you forever.
Yeah, And I think it's a much more recent phenomenon as well, because you had drivers. I mean, there were exceptions to the rule. You had drivers who did stick around for a long old time in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s and so on. But that was in part because they brought money, and the super license rules weren't as strict as they are now. And you've got this sort of weird situation, I suppose, where, and the other obvious problem is that, like all sports that have been around for a long time, the talent has gotten younger. So now we have an influx of people. I mean, there's always been people wanting seats in Formula One, but we're now at this stage where the feeder championship, the final rung on the ladder into Formula One, for the last however many years now, the champion has then not gone into an F1 seat the following season, if not at all. Until quite recently, of course, Nick de Vries would have been another F2 champion who never would have seen an F1 cockpit until that fateful reserve drive. So, it's and then Stoffel van Dorn rewrote the record books, had to wait a season or two before his opportunity came along, and then he was out within at the end of 2 seasons.
I mean, it shows you, doesn't it, how recency bias matters so much, and also for a driver like Hulkenberg. Now, I think as much as anything, part of the reason as a fan, the reason Hulkenberg is not so exciting is because he's a known quantity. He's a very good driver, but to me, you know what you're getting with Nico Hulkenberg. And we've kind of seen it before. He's a very safe pair of hands, and, if I was in charge of the Haas team, I may well want a very safe pair of hands going into next season. But from a fan's perspective, it's not potentially the most exciting signing that you'd ever see. But to me, it would be like bringing back Jarno Trulli. You'd sort of go, he was quite good, but really, all that clamour to bring back like Jarno Trulli?
Yeah.
Bringing back Fernando Alonso, I think is different.
Yes,
because he's a double world champion. He's clearly one of the best drivers in the world on the grid. However you want to put it, that to me is a different kettle of fish. But I would say Hulkenberg is of the rank. Would you put him on the same level as Ricciardo? You wouldn't have put him on the same level as Ricciardo maybe a couple of seasons ago. It's only Ricciardo's more recent struggles that would maybe now put him in that pot.
I mean, I to be honest, I still wouldn't put them in the same category. I would still put Ricciardo above Hulkenberg, purely off the fact that they had a couple of seasons together, or 1 season together, however long it was, and they 1 season, in fact, it was. Yeah, 1 season together in 19. And in the first few rounds, when Ricciardo was getting used to a car that hadn't been designed by Adrian Newey for the first time in a long time in his career, he was a little bit more of a struggle. But then, as time went on in that season, he was then very, very convincingly beating him, and leaving him for nothing in the same, well, maybe not quite to the same degree, but certainly further towards that end of the spectrum in a sort of, not too unlike how he's been beaten by Lando Norris over these last couple of years, but to a slightly lesser degree, not quite to that extent. But yeah, Ricciardo was demolishing Hulkenberg by the end of that year, and I think contributed to the reason why he wasn't then retained by anybody else when Renault went for Esteban Ocon. So
there's an element sometimes as well of being out of a seat can sometimes enhance your reputation. The 2 years Kimi Räikkönen spent away all those years ago, by the time that, after he won his world championship, I would say 2008, 2009 were not exactly particularly vintage Räikkönen.
No,
went away for a couple of years, and then when he came back, seemed to have the mojo again.
Yeah, I think that's a combination of a few things. I think that when Kimi, 2008 was the year, I think, off the top of my head, when they got rid of traction control, and Kimi didn't like that. So 2008, he had sort of flashes of ability. He was certainly a better second driver than Heikki Kovalainen was. So that was key for Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. Then 2009, I think he did perform pretty well. I think that just we all sort of. I think that there's an element of people kind of forgetting a little bit how Ferrari's 2009 season went, because it was a bit under the radar, because you had bigger stories going on. You had the resurgence of Brawn, you had the rise of Red Bull, you had...
I suppose there was also Massa's injury as well that season.
There was Massa's injury. There was also McLaren went from winning the title to then back of the grid from last race of one season and into the start of the next. So Ferrari's fall was not quite as extreme, but then they did come back in the same way McLaren did. By the end of the season, McLaren had the fastest car on the grid and were winning multiple races. Ferrari managed to get a win in Belgium on a day in which it only seemed as though one other car was capable of getting that win. And that was down to Raikkonen's driving. And then, of course, they had Badoa and Fisichella in the other car after Massa's injury and everything else. And so they didn't have a great showing, so maybe not the greatest benchmark that we could measure Kimi against. But yeah, then when he came back, it's then that thing that sort of we're seeing with Alonso now as well, where when you've got a tightly packed midfield, as it was in 2012, and you then end up having drivers who they can then make the difference. And it's sort of what we see with Ricciardo and Norris this year, where Ricciardo has scored maybe about, off the top of my head, I want to say it's something in the region maybe about 15 to 20% of McLaren's points, and Lando has scored about 75 to 80%. So it's if I've remembered my figures there correctly, maybe 80 to 85% based off what I said before. But yeah, and that's where the driver has then made the difference. Whereas then, if you look to the likes of, say, Lewis and George, great drivers, but clearly the Mercedes has just never quite been in the right place to go ahead and win a race this year. Otherwise, they would have done it because they are really top draw drivers.
Well, I think with Mercedes as well, it reminds me of it's like an inverse of the 2020 season in a way, where Verstappen was able to make the difference, and he was able, we know how dominant the W11 was. Verstappen was able to beat the Bottas W11, but so often the Hamilton W11 was too far away. It was too big a mountain to climb, and I feel it's the same this season, where Mercedes have been able to beat Ferrari, they've been able to beat the Perez Red Bull, but the Verstappen Red Bull is a different league.
Yes.
And it's just a bridge too far.
Yeah. And this is the thing as well that irks me sometimes with, recent comments that a certain Spanish driver that I like very much may or may not have said with regards to the significance of certain titles or not. Ultimately, if you look to that second driver in the team, if they're coming second in the championship, then maybe there's an element of truth in what he says. But so often, Bottas did not come second in the championship. If Alonso had won any of those titles at Ferrari, then Massa would not have come anywhere near second in the championship. And then for Vettel as well, as much as I sometimes bemoan Sebastian Vettel's titles and so on, as far as my memory goes, I don't think Webber ever finished second in the championship.
No, he could have in 2010, couldn't he? But then the last race didn't go to plan. Yes. Then after 2010, Webber was never really a contender.
No, not at all.
But I think so much of it, there was the season where I think Bottas' first season, he was fifth, wasn't he, when Hamilton won the title? But it's so easily put down to, that's Bottas underperforming and not the other driver overperforming.
Yes. Although, that being said, in defence of those who would accuse Bottas of such a thing, I do kind of see where they're coming from when we look at the results of this year. Because he did, the first, I want to say 8 rounds were pretty decent, and then he was nowhere for a long, long time, and then he's had this sudden amazing qualifying result and then reasonably good race result the last time out.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a position now, Bottas, isn't he, where he's in one of those, I hate to say it, but Alfa Romeo really have this stigma of kind of being the most anonymous team on the grid.
Yep, that's fair.
And you can kind of hide a bit, and then when you have that one great performance, it's like, oh, hey, that was good from Bottas or from Joe. But then equally, you can have those weekends where you go, I forgot Alfa Romeo were even here. It's not even so Williams this season, at points have had the slowest car. Haas at points this season had the slowest car, which is in itself an interesting thing, right? Because then you're interested to see how Alex Albon can do in that car.
Yeah.
Whereas just sort of being like the 7th-ish best car is very much where Alpha have been for a long time.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I think that, I mean, it's one of these things, though, where Zhou was beating him throughout that period. And, I mean, they weren't able to get points from it as a result, more often than not.
Oh, Zhou has had the worst luck this season.
He has. He's had terrible, terrible luck. But it sort of just lends to this theory of mine that some drivers are seasonal, if that makes sense. Like, there are some drivers who have the mental capacity to be able to put up a fight all season long. And I'd put the likes of Verstappen, Hamilton, Alonso.
Yeah, I don't think that was a strength of Hamilton all the time. I think that was something that came with age.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this is definitely a judge of drivers as they are now, rather than over the course of their whole careers. Because certainly Max, as recently as 2018, he would not be able to challenge for a title in the way that he did last year. He didn't have the mental fortitude for it. He made mistakes. He was too impulsive with some of his moves and things like that. It was all obviously discussed to death back then. But these days, obviously, he's an evolved person and driver, so he can. And I think that, as I just look at the clock here, I've got 2 minutes, so I'll wrap up. Well, first of all, it's been a pleasure chatting with you, both the silly and the constructive conversation.
We've been very productive here over the last half an hour or so, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think that some drivers like Bottas are kind of seasonal. They have a good start to the season when everything is fresh and new, and then as they start to bed into the season, they lose their mojo and their groove and so on. And then as they get towards the end of the season, they see lights at the end of the tunnel and the opportunity to reset is coming. They then sort of come alive again. Or sometimes you just have drivers who are just the beginning of the season and nothing else, which I think at times during his Mercedes stint, Bottas was as well.
Yeah. The old 1-year contract thing.
Yeah, that certainly didn't help. I'm certainly not suggesting that the constant 1-year contracts and all that sort of a thing were helping him in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, it's because as Prost has said, and as I've said on this other broadcast today, it's psychology is one of, if not the most important element of a racing driver in their ability. Because if it goes back to this thing that Martin Brundle used to say about Senna, is that he would put he would put you in a position where either you have a crash together or you jump out of his way, and if you jump out of his way, then you know that you and he know that you're going to do that every single time. Yeah. So yeah, psychology plays an important part, and I think that for Bottas, it was then further compounded after 17 and 18 in particular, which I think was when he was then getting the team orders in Russia to get out of Lewis's way for the championship. Once that's
been put in place,
you struggle to recover from that. And he had signs of being able to do so at the start of each season, as I say, after a bit of a mental reset, but he never really recovered from that, I think. Right, so thanks for chatting with me, Zord. Thanks for having me on.
You're very welcome once again.
Thank you very much. And I shall leave everybody in the very, very capable hands and sultry, smooth, and slightly erotic voice of Mr. Haringzord. Over to you, dear boy.
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to discuss all things Formula One and all things which car has the scariest face over the past sort of 45 minutes. We are beyond the halfway point of the FRS 420. So we should have a little bit of a check-in through the field. It is still the French team, Regis Ecombier, who are continuing to lead this race by about 30 seconds from Team Pumpkin. Currently have Kevin Kovac in the car, the Hungarian driver. The FRS team Lemon Car back in the hands of Gabriel Gonçalves is third, and now back up into fourth is the FRS Team Monkey Car, with Nat Track behind the wheel there. Team Lime are in fifth place and having a very, is anonymous the word, day. They've kind of just been in their own little race all day, but going very consistently. At the very least, you can see Conor McDermott's time there, 43.8, 43.5, 43.4. Lovely and consistent. And they are a couple of tenths per lap or so quicker than the FRS Team Blueberry car with Kevin Nordermeer behind the wheel, who's actually almost a lap behind the Team Lime car now in P6 in this one. Car number 103 is the Crofty Posting ACC Advocates team, who are currently running P7, having started at the back, P17. They're going very, very nicely indeed. And they've got about a 15-second gap. And that's a gap that's closing over the past few laps. The Porsche car number 369, Orca Racing, are halfway, P8 out of 16. So they are about halfway through the running order as it stands. But their lap times are pretty good over the past few laps. In fact, very consistent over the past two. About half a tenth between lap 124 and lap 125. P9 is Woonich Racing, who've just set a personal best time as we come to them now. So Klaus Schneider is on the move in the Aston Martin. He's got 50 seconds to make up to the car ahead, which is the Porsche, but he has the looming threat of Nick Booth just in the background there in the AMG Mercedes. That car was a tenth of a second quicker than Schneider on the previous tour. Both of these cars are 3 laps down on the race leader, as is the FRS Team Banana car of Camilo Dehaan, who is not actually too far away. So all 3 of those cars on the same lap here are within 20 seconds of each other. So there's a good fight going on here with FRS Team Banana recovering from a poor start to the race. 4 laps down is the Crofty Posting French Guiana team, currently with Gabriel Mugnol behind the wheel. They have been lapping, as we can see, well, they've just had a pit stop. In fact, no, they've not just had a pit stop. This stint has been going for 14 minutes. So those lap times in the 2 minutes and whatever are particularly poor laps where we've perhaps had incident or other throughout the course of the lap. It's all been fairly quiet as the Crofty Posting car dipped its wheel into the gravel there at the exit of the first Rivazza. Mugnol, the Brazilian driver, has taken over the car from Christophe de May. And they've recovered well up to P12. But still a long way to go. They're a good 96.5 seconds behind the Team Banana car. P13. And 5 laps down on the race leader is Signor Giraffa for FRS Team Cush. So they are a lap behind Mugnol in the 105 car that's ahead of them. And they are near enough a lap ahead of Ty Crabtree and Mitchell Van Winsum in the FRS Team Race Control entry, who are in P14 at the minute. P15 is the McLaren of Track.eu Racing Team. And it's Albert Judge back in the car, the Hungarian, who is on the same lap as the FRS Race Control Team car. They're about 30 seconds behind, so there's a race to be had there. They're currently on track, you can see, behind the number 103, which is in 7th place, David Moniz. So they'll be hoping to stick with that car for a bit and get dragged towards their bright yellow race control car. And the car at the back, and sadly 13 laps down, having had all sorts of issues today, is the FRS Team Brazil Endurance entry. But they're still going. And the important thing is that they are still going. So we've lost 1 car over the course of almost 4 hours. And that was the FRS Team Grape entry of Gurkan Akdeniz and an Eglo Civic. That car dropped out a couple of hours ago now. Otherwise, we're all still going strong. And Thomas Pirello continues to lead this race. And he's lapping fairly comfortably quicker than anybody else on the circuit. At least half a second clear of anybody else right now. Kevin Kovac is in the 43s. He's had a little bit of traffic perhaps to clear. You can see in the background there. But that gap extending to around 35 seconds. And the Frenchmen are continuing to stamp their authority on this race as they come around to complete their 131st tour and go on to lap 132. So it's Aston Martin 1, Aston Martin 2, Nissan in P3, and then Aston Martin in 4th place. So the Aston's going well today. There's more Astons in the field than there is any other car, it must be said. We're currently looking at the only AMG Mercedes in the field, belonging to Team Dog. And that is being driven by Nick Booth, the American, who is behind Kevin Nordermeer, a lap behind the Team Blueberry car, but is sticking with him on this stint, which is helping to drag him towards the Woonich Racing car, number 18 of Klaus Schneider, who is about 6 seconds up the road. Lovely sunny conditions now. This race started in the early morning, so we've been through sunrise, and it's a lovely sunny morning here at the Autodromo Enzo E. Dino Ferrari. What has been a clean race. We had a little bit of shambles, as is FRS tradition, in Tamburello on lap 1, but other than that, there's been a few penalties along the way. Bringing up the steward's sheet I've been looking at. We've had a drive-through for car 420 at one point. We have had 5-second penalties here, there, and everywhere. One 15-second penalty, but only the one drive-through so far in the race. And we've not had a single new entry in the steward's book for nearly an hour. So it's very well behaved, and I have absolutely just cursed it. So sorry if you're the next person to be wiped out. Just in the distance there, exiting Tamburello, is the car we're chasing here. Booth on that last lap was 0.6 of a second faster. A personal best, you can see green there. So we are green, red. That was an invalidated lap. That's why it's red. So the 43.3 is a personal best clean lap. And the two cars ahead of us are actually the 2nd place car and the 6th place car. Both running in P10 at the moment. But at the top of the hill, you can just see, going over the top of the hill, is Klaus Schneider. And Booth is sticking with these two faster cars. And it's helping drag him and that Mercedes up to the back of the 9th place car. So we're about, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes away from my next commentary break, where I will be going to get myself fed and watered. We've been going for a while this afternoon, but we are ploughing on into the evening, UK time. And Booth on that last lap. Well, Schneider's actually in the pits. I missed that. So Schneider boxes. check the time on that stop. It looks like it may have just been a fairly quick splash and dash, that one. In fact, that car didn't stop at all, so I wonder if that was possibly serving a drive-through penalty, which isn't appearing on the steward's sheet. So that's kind of taken away the one chase that we had on track with the Woonich racing car making that trip through the pit lane. As I say, it is Thomas Pirello who continues to lead, still lapping in the 42s. Must say, it is really phenomenal consistency from the Regis Picombier team. Car number 153. They're really breaking the back of the Pumpkin car in P2, Team Lemon as well, all of whom are capable of lap times in the 42s, but they just don't have the consistency that we're seeing from both Pirello and Loppard. This has been a tremendous performance as we approach the end of the 4th hour of this 7-hour race. It's the point where we really are into the endurance phase of this now. It was a 42.5, but with a warning there for Pirello. So it may just have been, actually, I wonder if the drive-through that was served by Schneider in the Woonich racing car was actually just accumulation of track limits penalties. Because I imagine the steward sheet wouldn't bother to note that, because that's just interested in on-track incidents. So it was probably a drive-through penalty for accumulation of track limits warnings. So the gap up front now between Pirello and Kovac is now clear of the 40-second mark. And actually I would say that Kovac's times at the moment are meaning that they're moving closer to the FRS team Lemon car, who on that last lap was 0.7 of a second quicker. So Kovac's pace at the moment is not great at this phase of the race. He is around halfway into this stint. He's been in the car for 34 minutes. Currently in traffic. This is possibly something. She's actually fallen behind the Team Blueberry car with Nordemir behind the wheel. Last time across the line was a 45-1 for Kovac, so really is losing all sorts of time. The blue flags are out for Nordemir, but Nordemir does seem to have unlapped himself. And that's Booth who is at the back of this queue, who is a couple of laps down on both of these cars. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is your lot for me from part 2 of my commentary efforts here. I'm hopeful that you may be able to, or coverage may be picked up, commentary coverage may be picked up by Mr. Roy Weller. We're just checking to see if he's about and available. But I'm fortunate enough that my lovely fiancée has cooked me a slap-up meal. So the polite thing to do, from my perspective, is to go and wolf that down. So there'll be another comms break. I'll bring the graphic back up on the screen to confirm that. I will leave you in the very capable hands of the ACCTV autopilot feature. And I will be back later on for the latter stages of this race. Hope you continue to enjoy the FRS 420. I'm back again, everybody. Hello once more. And I seem to have arrived at a very key moment in the fight for 4th place. Because that is the Aston Martin of Thomas Spike right up behind the FRS Team Lime Audi of Hercules Harkema as we run down towards Tamburello on this lap. 187 for the leader. Spike going to the inside. We should see him appear on the left, and there he goes. So what has happened while I've been away? Well, let me try and work that out. We seem to be down a car. Car number 35, I think, is no longer in the race. That is the Tractor.eu Racing Team entry. The sole McLaren in the race, so they are unfortunately out of this one by the looks of things. But we thank them for taking part. So let's get caught up then. So it is still the Regis Picon-Bière Aston Martin of Ben Loppard and Thomas Pirello, who are leading this race by over a lap now over anybody else in the field. Here they are, beginning their 188th tour of the circuit, with just over an hour and a half to go here. It's now the FRS Team Lemon car who's in 2nd place. So, obviously I've not been fully up to speed while I've been away having my dinner. So I'm just checking up on the pit stop situation for those cars. It appears that there's been 6 pit stops now for the number 95 car, compared to just 4 stops for, and that is a slow-moving Camilo de Haan in the FRS Team Banana car. A little bit of traffic. That's Marvin Helge there in the Team Lemon car. So they are a lap and a bit behind the leader, but they're now ahead on merit of the Team Pumpkin entry. Charlie Chibbles back behind the wheel of that, 69 seconds behind. Spike is now 4th, with Harkema for Team Line in the pit lane. That's a 5th pit stop of the day for the Team Lime car. Back out onto the circuit they come. In 6th place, but with having made a stop more than the FRS Blueberry car of Kevin Nordermere, who's due relatively soon into the pit. Conor McDermott now back behind the wheel of the Team Lime entry. So that car, the number 12, finds itself 2 laps off the lead. 2 laps, almost 3 laps, I think. Because I think that is the leader, Ben Loppard, just behind us on the circuit. Indeed it is, so it's almost 3 laps behind. And then it seems to be that they are in a race with, I think they're in a net P5 here, once the Blueberry car stops. Behind that, the closest action on the road that we have seems to be between the cars from P8 down to P10. The lead car of which is Thomas van der Stroos for Al Capone's Racing. The Porsche still going strongly in 8th. They are just shy of 20 seconds ahead of Luke van der Heyden. And it's Lars Schneider back in the 18 car. who is P10. He's a further 16 seconds back down the road. Behind them, Christophe Demey in P11 is 5 laps behind, but they are a full 3 laps ahead now of the number 420 car, which is the FRS Team Banana entry. That car is 8 laps off the leader's pace. On the same lap, by the looks of things, narrowly, as the FRS Team Race Control car and the FRS Team Cush entry. Currently has Matt Parker behind the wheel. Here they are, with the leader just behind. The leader having put a lap on Conor McDermott now. And then at the back, it's the FRS Team Brazil Endurance entry, with Damian Collado behind the wheel of that at the moment. They are 15 laps behind, having had a few technical and penalty gremlins over the course of the race. But the important thing is they're still going. And they are less than 90 minutes away from being able to say they completed the race. And at this point, for a lot of these teams, this is now about, can we complete the race? Because that in itself will feel like an achievement. Let's check in with the Team Brazil BMW, the 90s Williams inspired livery. Collado in his second stint in the car. He's 44.5 minutes into this stint. The next cars that we expect to see in the pit lane are the number 18 and the number 103. 103 being the Crofty Posting ACC Advocates car, with Ewan Stitchbury behind the wheel again. He is 1 hour and 4 minutes into his current stint. And that car's going well. It's on the same lap as the number 369 Porsche and the 96 Mercedes as well. So when Stitchbury makes a stop, they could actually lose out here, with the Porsche only 47 or so seconds back down the road. Here is Stitchbury just coming down towards Ravazza on his 187th lap. Not entirely all his own doing, of course, but the team's 187th lap. And it looks to me like Stitchbury's going round once more as a minimum. Of course, we're in the window now of teams wanting to try and do this on one more stop. But the 103 and the 18 are not going to be able to do that. The window for the final stop would be with 69 minutes to go, which would be with 1 hour and 9 minutes left on the clock. So we're a bit far from that window now. One team that are also a bit shy of that. In fact, all of the front three are shy of that. So Loppard in the lead is about to hit the 56 minutes mark. So he will be a few minutes short of being able to stretch that stint to make one fewer stop than everybody else. The FRS Team Banana car that we're looking at now has the most pit stops of anyone. They've been in the pit lane 9 times today. As Dehaan takes the rallycross route through Tamburello, keeping out of the way of the faster traffic behind him. In fact, looks like there might be a bigger issue with that car. He's going slowly and quite far off the racing line. So, hopefully there's... Yeah, he's off the course again here. Is the Dutch driver. So hopefully there's not some larger gremlins going on with that car. Going to in 10th place is the Ferrari, the sole Ferrari in the race. The Crofty Posting French Guyana team. And that is because Woonich Racing have come in for their 6th pit stop of the day. So, of course, they're going to be annoyingly short. They're going to have to make one more pit stop with probably around 30 minutes or so left on the clock. As Lars Schneider possibly hands over to Klaus. Find out as the car leaves the pit lane. So the number 18 is on the quite slow on the racing line there. That's the Blueberry car going through, managing to avoid them. See what they were doing? They were just keeping out the way as they rejoined back onto the circuit. And by the looks of things, yeah, there has been a change. So it's now Klaus Schneider back in the number 18 car. And they have come out, you can see, almost a lap down on the 9th place car now. This is Luke van der Hayden, but they, in theory, have another stop to make here. Although, actually, they're only 18 minutes into the stint, so that's sort of on merit. This is the sole Mercedes in the field. Checking back in with the Team Lime Audi. We're on board now with Conor McDermott. You can see just up the road from us appears to be Mitchell van Winsum in the number 20 car, the bright yellow car. I think that's the race leader as well, Ben Loppard, in the 153. As we approach the 200 lap mark here in Imola. Van Winsum ahead of us pulls into the pit lane. And we've also got Ewan Stitchbury in the pit lane as well. So they're going to come out. That's the Team Lemon car just going through now. So it looks like they're going to come out in P9. And it'll be as we get towards the Villeneuve chicane before we find out if David Moniz is back in the car for this next stint. He is indeed. The car change as well in the number 420, Camilo Dehaan. His work is possibly done for the day in the 420, the Team Banana car. So he's handed back over to Simon Vonda. I don't know if we've seen Leon Frank in that car today. He's listed as a driver for that team, but I don't know if we've actually seen him in the car today. Up at the front, a metronomic pace. Once again. They have done a new personal best time has the Regis Picambier car. 141.9, so the only team to have got into the 141s on race trim. So a tip of the hat to them as they continue on their merry way, completing their 195th lap of Imola today, and not too far away from the 200 mark. I imagine it will probably be Thomas Pirello who will take the team past 200 laps, because the current stint is 1 hour and 2 minutes. In fact, I'd expect that the FRS Team Lemon car is due into the pits anytime soon, and bang on the money, there it is. You can also see the pumpkin car in there as well. That was just leaving the pits as the car it was chasing arrives into the pit lane. So Helga possibly handing the car back over to Gonçalves. And again, for the number 69, we are 1 hour 17 away from the end of this race. So we are annoyingly not in the window of not having to make any more stops. The rules are the maximum stint length is 69 minutes. And of course, that doesn't divide very nicely by the 7 hours that we have to work with, the 420 minutes. So Team Lemon back onto the circuit in second place. And remember, of course, there was only a 10th in qualifying all those hours ago between the number 153 and the number 69. Gonçalves back in the car now. But it shows the impressive job that Regis Picambier have done in this race to have gained, well, it's currently showing 2 laps on any other car in the field. I think it's 1 lap back to Gonçalves. Or it might be 2 laps right now, but Loppard is due to pit anytime soon. Speaking of the pits, that is the FRS Team Blueberry car. That is now back in the hands of Mr. Tom Mack. We'll do one more stint here, and then perhaps it will be Garley who takes the car over for the last sort of 20 minutes or so of the session. So teams, as I say, like there's a couple of fights that we've got on the circuit. The Chibbles versus Spike fight that's about 11 seconds apart is not... I don't think that's a true representation. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, actually. They're only 11.6 seconds apart. But the pumpkin car, the number 95, has made 7 stops. So Spike is 47 minutes into the stint. So they're sort of kind of off kilter on strategy. In fact, I think this is for position for 3rd place, because the number 67 is going to make it into the window where they only need to make 1 more pit stop, and the number 95 is going to have to stop again as well. So with only 10 seconds, 10.5 seconds between the pair, this is a genuine fight to the flag for the final podium place, and we've got 1 hour and 14 minutes in which to fight it. Yellow flag on the circuit is for Simon Vonda, who has presumably had a moment in the Tamburello chicane. Yes, indeed, losing the back of the Aston Martin through there. And into the gravel trap, but no harm done, other than to our pride on that one. The other close fight on the circuit is between the 369 and the 96 car. This is the 369 Team Dog entry. Sole Mercedes in the field with the canine-inspired livery, to say the very least. They are chasing down and catching based on their current lap times, so they are 0.6 of a second per lap faster than the 369 that's ahead of them on the road. So that's another fight that could come to the boil by the end of this race, so we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Both cars will have to make one more stop, that is for sure. So that's a straight fight to the flag as well. And then just behind that, there's about 16 seconds, just under 16 seconds now between David Moniz and Christophe Demey. That's the 103 and the 105. It's the two Crofty posting cars. One of them still has to make... I think they're going to be very... I tell you what, the 105... They've got 3 minutes left in which to make a pit stop or fall foul of the 69-minute stint rule. And by my count, I think they're going to miss the window by about 30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds. It could be worth digging into the rulebook and seeing if that car is able to hang around in the pit lane for a little bit longer than it might have done. It means that the fight between the 103 and the 105 is not as close as it might otherwise have been. Here's a 369, Orcapose Racing, who are going very well. They're up 5 positions on their qualifying spot. So, going very, very well. And they are the second non-FRS team, with the other non-FRS team being the race leaders, who, on the subject of the race leaders, are into the pits right now. So again, they have very narrowly missed the window of 1 hour and 9 minutes remaining to not have to make a further pit stop later into the race. And they're also in just shy of 200 laps. There we go. We've just ticked over, sorry. It's a lap 200 of the FRS 420. So it is a straight fight to the flag, as we said, because both cars have to make one more stop between the 67 and the 95, and the 95 is full of pace at the moment. They are 0.7 of a second per lap faster than the sister Aston Martin that's further up the road. Right on board with Chibbles. Now they're a bit off kilter in terms of the actual stint time. Spike is going to have to stop in around, I would say, they're on what, 48 minutes now for the stint? No, 52 minutes for the stint now. So they've got about 15 minutes left in this stint. And then they'll have to stop once more and run to the flag. Chibbles is just coming up to the 8-minute mark in this stint. So that is going to be a tactical decision about, do you run it all the way or do you actually make an early stop so that the tyres don't go off too much? The other option is that you make a stop and you do like a sort of 20-minute splash and dash to get to the line. But that's the strategy game that they have to play now in the number 95. Check the lap times this time around. It was a 43.7 for Spike. It's a 42.3 for Chibbles. 1.4 seconds quicker. The 95 is on the move. again, hitting all the right bits of the circuit again on this particular lap. Well, once upon a time, there's a gap of around 0.4 seconds here between the race leader with Thomas Pirello behind the wheel and the FRS team Lemon car. So about half a second between them, but of course it's half a second plus a lap. So it's not as close as it was in the first hour of the race between these two. That is for sure. Chibbles again, 1 second faster than Spike. The most recent time around. It won't be long before we can see the white Aston Martin up the road. Of course, Chibbles is on fresher tyres at this stage in the stint. Spike is very much just managing those tyres, but we are within the 1 hour window now. Does mean that Spike will be, or the 67 car will be going to the end on 6 pit stops. As I expect, will the 153 and the 69 ahead of them. Chibbles not losing too much time behind the Team Banana car, with Honda behind the wheel. And then one more car in the way between them and Spike. That is the number 105. Crofty posting French Guiana Ferrari. Into the pits comes Spike. He's had enough of those tyres. So that's a stop after just 56 minutes of the stint. I think the number 67 possibly realising how much time they were losing as Chibbles puts in another 43.1. Which is pace that's matching the leaders of the race at the moment. Must be said, by the way, for the 153 up front, they're still pounding away in the 42.7s. We're about to complete another lap of Imola here. And the French team are showing absolutely no sign of backing off and just saving what they've got. A 42.4 this time around. So they are still plugging away in the mid-42s. It's impressive to watch. So, interesting development. The 67 has actually emerged from the pit lane behind the number 12 Team Limewire car, and that is for position. Now, the expectation is that or I can tell you for sure, that the Limewire car has to stop once more, and knack track in the number 67. They've gone back to knack track here. Instead of Hussam Al-Khatib. So while the Limewire car has to stop again, they will be under no obligation to let the number 67 through. And that could prove crucial in the fight with the 95 for that final podium position. So, the 67 does not have to stop again. The 95 and the 12 are both going to have to stop again in this race. So there'll be a little bit of in-house politics perhaps in FRS over who gets this last podium place. So what we need to see is the pace of the 67 now in comparison to the 95. So we know that the net gap between the two was around 6 seconds on the road at the point that the 67 stopped. The 67 was stationary for 36 seconds, which is a loss of around 3 or 4 seconds compared to the standard stop time of around 32 is ideal. So this is going to be lap after lap, fairly neck and neck. Chibbles this time around has done a 43.6. The line wire car boxes ahead of us. So that's an interesting call. Now, whether that's going to be a handover to Harkema again to run the final stint of this race. McDermott's in after just a half an hour stint in the number 12. Now, if Harkema is the faster of the two drivers, this could be a tactical call to get the faster driver back in the car. Or this could just be trying to avoid a fight. Or it could be a drive-through penalty for track limits. That is the third option here. By the looks of things, that car did not stop. So it seems to me that it's the third option. And that is a drive-through penalty for the number 12. So that makes life a bit easier for the 67 now. Who on that last lap was slower than the 95 by 0.6 of a second. So if that keeps up, the 95 is going to be able to increase the gap, box, and come out ahead of the 67. So NACTRAC is up against it here. We're into the final hour of the FRS 420. The clock has just ticked beyond the 6 hour mark. And we've got a bit of a hot lap race on for the final podium place. First position seems pretty secure. Second place seems pretty secure. But we've now got an hour of trading times between Chibbles and NACTRAC. It was a 42.8 for Chibbles last time around. It's a 42.9 for NACTRAC this time around. So a tenth between them. This one is going to the wire. No room for error either. No room for a mistake. Also worth pointing out as well, the number 96 is now within 4.5 seconds of the 369 ahead of them. So this is the other fight going on over P7. The 369 is probably about 10 minutes from the end of its stint. It may come in a little sooner than that. There is the 369, just moving out of shot now. So it is Porsche versus Mercedes. And really, those top 6 cars have been split apart from the rest of the field, really since the incident on lap 1. And there's been no sign of anyone in the back half of the field being able to make up the deficit required to catch up that ground. Into the pits, bang on cue, comes the 369. So they're taking the decision that these tyres are done. We might as well get on some fresh tyres now and try to build up a bit of a gap ahead of the 96. And the 96 will need to pit within the next 20 minutes or so. Also in the pit is Matt Parker there in the number 6. Maybe handing back over to Signor Giraffi. There's another on-circuit fight developing at the moment, and that is between the number 12 and the number 269. Now, the 269, I think, is narrowly outside the window of not being able to stop again. They've only made 5 stops. So I think the minimum number of stops required is 6. So I think the 269 will need to stop again. Conor McDermott has remained in the car for Team Lime, so it looks like McDermott is going to the end now for the LimeWire car. So how are the lap times between Pumpkin and Monkey? These have been the two teams giving each other a little bit of needle before the event took place. A little bit of banter in the server. That last time around was a 42.8 for Charlie Chibbles again. Knack Track we'll need to see at the end of this lap. So look, it's been 42.9, 42.9. Chibbles, 42.8, 42.9, 42.8. So they are absolutely punch and counter-punch on the times here. 56 minutes to go. See what Knack Track has done this time around. And it's a 42.8. There was 200ths of a second between the 95 and the 67 on lap 206. We potentially are going to have a barnstorming finish here. Remember, the 95 has to stop once more. The 67 does not have to stop again in this race. But of course, the 95 will be on fresher tyres towards the end of the race. They can maybe put the car on a lighter fuel load and start doing some quali laps as well when they get to that stage. So this is what we want to see. So lap times obviously arriving at different times. A great lap from Chibbles last time around. A slow lap, sorry, from Chibbles last time around. I was looking at his best time in the session. So a 43.2. Is the 95 beginning to lose a little bit of time, hold up behind the Crofty hosting car here, the 103, with David Moniz behind the wheel. Chibbles will be hoping that Moniz gets out of the way and lets him go through because they've got a podium to fight for here. But this is costing the 95 a little bit of time. A 42.5 from Knack Track, who's just crossed the line now. This is a close run thing. Blue flags are out for the 103. And it looks like, yeah, they've lifted off and let Chibbles go. So that is the 95 through. And they have a bit of clean space in front of them now. The next car up the road ahead of Chibbles is the 420. And it's 26 seconds up the road. So Chibbles has got a little bit of space to work with. This is the situation For Knack Track in the 67. Chibble's last lap was a 43.1, so again, he wants to be in the mid-42s, really, so he's lost quite a bit of time behind the 103, which could cost him in this race. Of course, there's a long way to go. So the next car up the road from Knack Track is the number 10 of Klaus Schneider. It's about 5.5 seconds up the road, and then there's a couple of cars that are fairly close together, including Van Winsum. In fact, no, there's another 8 seconds. So it was 8 seconds to one, 8 seconds to the next. So it's one car at a time for Knack Track to clear. 42.7 from the Dutch driver that time around. So they're still gaining time. The 67 arguably in the box seat here. Currently on board with Tom Mack in the number 269 Lexus. That just ahead of us is Conor McDermott as we take a little bit too much curb through the second part of Tamburello. So this is a fight for position, although the Team Blueberry car that we're on board with does need to stop once more, and the Team Lime car ahead of us doesn't need another service in the pit lane. I think, if I'm not mistaken, joining me in the commentary box for the last 50 minutes is Mr. Roy Weller. So give me a shout if you're here, Roy.
I am indeed. Thanks for having me. Apologies for the delay. We overrun a bit, and I had trouble getting back. But we're here now, and looks like we've got an exciting battle here over P5. Although, as I just heard from you, perhaps they are going to be neutralised at some point as the car number 269 dives off to pit lane.
Yeah, so the key fight that we're watching, and they're sort of on different bits of the racetrack, it's over P3. The 95 with Charlie Chibbles behind the wheel needs to stop again, and the 67 with Knack Track behind the wheel does not need to stop again. Those cars were about 5 or 6 seconds apart when Knack Track boxed earlier on. So with Chibbles to make one more stop, like we're watching the lap times, the 67 has been edging ever closer. So that looks like it's the fight that will play out in the final sort of 20 minutes of this one. We're waiting to see when Chibbles boxes. Chibbles has been losing a lot of time, a 43.6 last time round. Is even more time lost to the sister Aston Martin behind them.
Oh, and do we know what the lap time, the expected pit stop times are around this Imola circuit? As far as I can remember, it's about 40 seconds end to end with then a 30-second stop. So it
seems to be that a good stop is around 1 minute and 15 seconds, based on what I'm seeing. So that would be 75, and Knack Track is 73 seconds behind Charlie Chibbles at this point. So at the moment, the 67, as far as I see it, is a net third. But of course, Chibbles will come out on fresh tyres and the car fairly low on fuel as well.
So looking good for the number 67 car then, with just less than 50 minutes to go of this race.
Yeah, it's been I mean, most of the cars, we've only lost 2 cars over the course of the whole day. The poor old FRS Team Brazil car at the back, we'll take a look at now, has had no luck at all today. They've had all sorts of gremlins going on, but they're still going.
It is, big respect to them. They're 7 laps down on the leaders, but still going strong. And,
well, they're 7 laps down on the car ahead. It's gone so badly.
Oh, ouch. But, big respect to them for sticking it out. It's can be a bit of a lonely one when you're running back here. I've had like a 12-hour endurance race here at Imola before, where we were well off the back of the pack, but yeah, still fun to be had.
There's an
Especially if you've got a group of you.
There's an achievement in itself for just finishing, isn't there? Just getting the car to the end of the race.
Absolutely.
I think the other fight that we're keeping an eye on is between the 369 and the 96. So it's a similar scenario where the 96 needs to stop once more and is due to do so within the next, I would say, 10 minutes or so. They might go early for fresher tyres. The 369 Porsche of Orca-Pose Racing, they are pit stop free. They don't need to stop again. So Ivo van Collenberg is going to run that car to the end. There's around 78 seconds between those two cars. So they are due to come out pretty close together by the time that last stop is done.
And that is a frightful livery on that car, it must be said.
Oh, there are
What is
some
that on there?
I mean, it's all dogs is the best way I can put it. I'll see if I can get us an onboard camera. There you go. That might demonstrate.
It is worse.
It's a mosaic of chaos. Is the best way I would describe it.
I'm especially impressed / horrified by the ones inside the air intake, which are actually looking directly right back at us. This is certainly a haunted livery if ever I've seen one.
I think the golden rule of this one is don't show Cruzo. We've got painted splitter, painted diffuser, and dogs everywhere.
Oh, well, give me a second to get my composure back. And
we'll check in on the leaders, who have been really very good today. It is the Regis Becombier coursing team, number 153 Aston Martin. They were in a close fight. There was only a tenth of a second in qualifying between them and FRS Team Lemon. The first hour, Lemon had the lead of the race, and I think about 40 minutes into the race, Ben Loppard, the second or the other driver in the 153, managed to take the lead. And they have been so consistent. So consistent. 142, 142, 142. The last lap was a 143 with an error somewhere, so I mean that's the first of a few over the course of the last 6 hours and 15 minutes. It's been a very impressive drive from the French pair.
that is a good showing, and to be a lap on the field in what was a 7 or 9 hour race today.
It's a 7 hour race today. It's a strong field. It's a strong FRS field, certainly. Now, I know there will be stronger fields out there than the FRS field. I don't know how. I mean, I had a look at the field strength on the simracing.gp site. Our field strength is 1280, which is a number that means absolutely nothing to me.
That so from what I gather with SGP, that is a field strength of people who haven't done many races on SGP, actually.
Yes, that would make sense.
Yes, because I think from at least talking to some of the admins over there, you expect the average driver to get to around 8,000.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, but that just comes from doing races. The ELO is sort of, it starts out low. It's a bit of an odd one. It doesn't start you at the average. It starts you very low and you build to where you should be.
Well, we've done all of this and everyone's a proper noob today.
But yeah, I mean, we know from, especially from the GT series of the FRS, that there's some proper quick people in here. And yeah, I think. So what do we have for that car number one in terms of the drivers?
So we've got two drivers. We have two French drivers, Thomas Pirello and Ben Loppard. It was Pirello who qualified within a tenth of Gabriel Gonçalves. And we know that the Team Lemon car is a quick qualifier. So, I mean, that was impressive enough in itself. And to be fair, Team Lemon have not been able to live with the consistency of the 153 over the course of the last 6 and a bit hours. And
well, we've got Gonçalves and Marvin Helge in the number 2. And those two we know to be quick, especially from the FRS GT series. So yeah, it's a strong field, and for them to be a lap down.
They have hamstrung themselves slightly because they're hauling a Nissan around.
Yes, I mean, yeah, if you want to put yourself at a disadvantage, put yourself in the Nippon still. But yeah, that thing, I mean, it doesn't go well at any track really, but I don't think it goes especially well at Imola.
There's also a Lexus in the field, with 2 of the drivers of the Lexus, when questioned about why they're in the Lexus, saying, I don't know, blame Nordemir.
Yes, yep, I could have guessed that one. That is the favoured car of the Nordemir.
Tom Mack behind the wheel, making his FRS return this afternoon. And going well. He's in a fight with Conor McDermott. As we say, the Team Blueberry car with the Alpine livery does need to stop again. But might as well duke it out with an old rival while we're here.
Indeed, yeah, and you see the McDermott in his favoured Audi, a car that's known to go quite strong around this circuit, or at least before it got nerfed to all oblivion.
Are the days of everyone in the public lobby being in the Audi behind us now?
Yes, absolutely, yeah, and it was especially strong at this circuit. There was some where it was slightly better, or maybe on par with the best cars. This one, it just blew everything out of the water, mainly due to the acceleration out of this corner we're looking at right now. But yeah, so with Tom Mack in a car which it sounds like he's fairly unfamiliar with, keeping pace with Conor McDermott in his favoured machine, definitely going strong.
He was 6/10 faster on that lap. Obviously, there's an element McDermott... Well, I was about to say McDermott won't need to fight this one too hard, because McDermott does not need to stop again in the line wire car. But I cannot think of a time when Conor McDermott has not fought for position.
I was going to say, I don't think yielding is in his vocabulary.
It just does not compute.
No, even when sometimes it really should, it doesn't.
I mean, I did the FRS F1 PC Division 2 comms this season, and McDermott was teamed up with Coral in the McLaren. Coral was fighting for the championship, and to say McDermott was less than helpful in that fight on occasions would be an understatement. Like, this is my position, and if you want it, you got to take it.
And I would love to say that surprises me, but it really doesn't.
Well, you set your stall out, and better to have a reputation of being difficult to pass than have a reputation of being easy to pass, because
absolutely,
I
yeah.
imagine I'm the latter, and I'm not very good. So there you go.
So that gap is coming down. Obviously, we say with the Team Blueberry car expecting another pit stop, and going to be on low fuel at the moment, as they're going to be coming into the pit soon. McDermott, I imagine, on reasonably high fuel, and I think at this circuit it does favour you being on low fuel old tyres than high fuel fresh tyres. So it's definitely going to be the Blueberry car with the advantage, especially down this straight. That Lexus with just such a straight line speed advantage over just about any other car on the field, really.
I'm just checking the stint lengths here. The maximum stint length they're allowed is 69 minutes. McDermott's been in the car for 51 minutes. By my maths, he's going to have to stop again. I think when that car came in before, it was a drive-through penalty for track limits. So this is a genuine fight for P5.
Oh, that is interesting. That has changed the complexion of this entire battle.
Because they both need to stop once more. McDermott is around 10 to 15 minutes. It'll be an interesting one to see when they go for the stop in the line wire car. And he may hand it back over to Hercules Harkema, who I think is the slightly faster of the two.
Yep, Hercules Harkema, who is the well, anyone who tuned in for the FRS GT series will know him as either the quickest silver or the slowest pro.
Yes.
I can't remember exactly which it was. He was in what should have probably have been its own division.
It's a sort of awful place to be, isn't it? When you're slightly too fast for one class and slightly too slow for the other.
Yeah, I do remember it usually being a case of Harkema fighting absolutely nobody between the pros and the silvers. It was I must imagine a quite lonely existence, but yeah, was definitely had some pace in that Audi. And,
Final stop for the day for the FRS team Lemon car. We'll need to wait until the end of the first sector to see if Gonsalves has handed back over to Marvin Helgert for the final run. It means that Charlie Chibbles in the 95 is now in second place on the road, but of course still has a pit stop to make. The gap last time I saw it to Knack Track was around 71 seconds, so it is very much advantage 67 at the moment, but of course Chibbles may be able to make a quick stop by short fueling the car. It is Helgert back in the car in the 69. So this is what we want to see. We've got a 10th end to this race. The cars have been quite spread out for the past sort of 2 to 3 hours, but we've actually got a few fights on the circuit to take us through the final 37 minutes to the end of the first ever FRS endurance race, the FRS 420. Team Banana are in the pits again for their 12th pit stop of the day.
ooh, the maths of that does not make me think they've had the cleanest of races today.
I think there's at least 2 drive-through penalties amongst that, and a few stops to help with damage. I think there's one drive-through as Tom Mack gets very close to the back of that Audi there. I think for Banana there's been one drive-through awarded by the stewards and one drive-through, I think, for track limits. Into the pits. Tom Mack blinks first.
This could be interesting, as we do suspect McDermott has to dive into the pits again. You said he's on 50 minutes on his stint timer?
Yeah, so he's now at 54 minutes out of 69.
So yeah, we'll definitely have to pit again. I mean, even without the stint timer, that's going to get you... you're going to need to pit again on fuel. A tank is not going to take you that far into the race.
The interesting thing for the Blueberry team here is who do you hand the car over to? You've got a choice of Garley or Nordemir. And with respect to Garley, who was a GT Series champion, that's a quick stop for the 269. But Garley was the amateur champion in GT Series, so he might not have the best pace of everyone in the team. Or do you just stick with Tom Mack for the close of this race?
Now, I do know from observing some of the practices we're doing, and whereas they're coming out with some traffic here, so this could be this could play into our battles. We've got, I believe that is our race leader just going through.
Yeah, that's the 153. That car was stationary for 9 seconds. So that is a proper splash and dash. I don't even think we've changed tyres there.
Yeah, so that cannot be a driver change. So that is a splash and dash that will reset your stint timer.
It will, yeah. The stint timer's reset to 29 seconds now. And Tom Mack's going to go with the flag.
So this is a fuel stop. Tyres staying on, same drive. These tyres will be screaming by the end of this stint.
It's thrown the... Well, Team Lime are going to pit now. So the question for Team Lime, who had older tyres at the time that they made this stop, is can they afford to just do a splash and dash, or do they have to change the tyres and maybe the driver here?
This will be interesting. So what sort of lap times have we been seeing from Tom Mack?
Well, look, you see McDermott's time there, 43.8, 43.9s. Mack has been doing 43.6s and 44.0s, but obviously been stuck up behind the LimeWire car.
So yeah, this will be interesting to see if they do. That was a little bit of a poor stop in the box there for McDermott. Is that them down already? Can't be.
The car is stationary. It's already been stationary for 14 seconds. It's looking like it's a tyre change for the number 12.
Yeah, it looked like it was a definitely slow getting into the box there. Definitely lost a chunk of time getting that car stopped. And with the amount of time they've been stationary, it suggests to me they're changing the tyres, potentially even changing the driver. So it remains to be seen once they exit the pits.
Well, Mac has gone through. Mac's already through Tamburello now, so Mac is up to P5.
So they're exiting pit lane now. Remains to be seen. Suspect they have changed the tyres as it was. Do you have the stationary time there?
The stationary time was 37 seconds, so it was relatively slow. That suggests the driver change to me. We'll find out as we get to the Villeneuve chicane.
Yeah, so in terms of the driver change and the... so perhaps they also had damage, because 30 seconds should be your stop time, regardless, even with a driver change. However, if they stopped well outside the box, which it looked like McDermott may have done, that will add to your stop time. And yep, it is Hercules Harkema in the car, so we should see a turn of pace from this car. Obviously not hugely faster than McDermott, but was comfortably ahead usually in most races during the GT series.
We've got an interesting situation here because the car behind is the Team Pumpkin car with Charlie Chibbles in it. And that car really does not want to be stuck behind the number 12 because it's got a fight going on. The gap between the 95 and the 67 is around 72 seconds. And we know that a good pit stop is around 72 seconds.
As Harkema moves aside to let the...
I think it's sensible. They don't need to fight. They're in two different races. They don't need to fight each other. And if Harkema can stick with Chibbles on his pace, he's got 30 seconds to make up in 30 minutes.
Yep, so this is really going to be down to how much are those tyres on the Team Blueberry car going to hold on for the remaining 30 minutes of this race.
Chibbles is still going. He is 46 minutes into the stint. Into the pits is the Mercedes Team Dog car. So this will probably be a switch back to Booth. That car's been stationary for 20 odd seconds now, so it's okay. So they're in a fight with the 369. We need to keep an eye on where the 369 is. It's coming down towards Rivazza now.
So yeah, I'm just going to keep an eye on that gap between the Team Blueberry car and the... apologies, I don't have the name of that team at the moment. Is that Team Lime?
It's Team Lime, yeah.
So yeah, we've...
okay, drama here, because the 96 has been stationary for 54 seconds. And through, in a moment, is about to go the 369. There it goes. So I think that must be fixing damage on the 96.
Yeah, so I haven't seen any reports of any incidents, any contact between cars there. So I don't think that was, at least if it was damage, it wasn't recent damage. But yeah, certainly a long stop and potentially just an issue of getting the drivers changed over and communication between the drivers of when they could drive away.
So Knack Track is still lapping about 0.6 of a lap quicker than Charlie Chibbles. The question is Chibbles also going to try the old splash and dash? We're into the final half an hour of the FRS 420, and there is still plenty to play for here.
And as the Team Lime car crosses the line for a... well, it looks like the Team Blueberry car with Tom Mack at the wheel still has the pace advantage.
Well, I mean, how is this for close? Harkema was 0.9 of a second faster on that lap than Tom Mack. So that's
apologies, actually. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at their best times, not their last.
Yeah, so that's about a second a lap. They're 30 seconds behind, and we've got... well, they're 29 seconds behind, and we've got 29 minutes to go. And it's actually now 27 seconds behind. I think the Blueberry cars possibly had an issue on this lap.
Yeah, and we've also got to bear in mind that is Harkema just getting in the car, getting himself warmed up. That 43.9, it's a decent lap, but I think Harkema could probably go a bit quicker than that as well. So we have to keep an eye on that gap. Harkema is keeping with Chibbles as well.
Well, that's exactly what he wants to do. Although Chibbles did a 42.9 last time around, which was a good lap, to be fair. So if Hakima can stick with that, this time around from Tom Mack, a 46.1.
Well, so issues there. Wonder if that was just a small mistake, or whether that is a sign of the times and those tyres are going away from Tom Mack.
We'll see. We'll get a read on Hakima's time now as they come across the line. This is very much hot lapping. We're watching the times. We're watching the stopwatch here. It's a 42.8, a personal best for the LimeWire car. Hakima is on it.
And that's going to be down to the fact that Hakimi is going to be able to have come into the pits, not put in a full fuel load, changed the tyres. This car is going to be feeling the best it has all race long.
But this is two different strategies playing out now. We saw, that's Chibbles off the road, is it? No, it's not. It's the Team Banana car running off the road. Keeping out the way.
Does well to keep out the way, recognises there's two cars coming through, and Hakima seems to be on a mission at the moment. That gap coming down.
It is.
Sector by sector.
The bleeding stabilised a little bit as Hakima goes wide there. That'll be a track limits warning that time around. So we want to be careful of not picking up a drive-through or anything like that. But they were over 3 seconds quicker on the last lap alone. But any mistake from either party is going to be costly here. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, Marvin Helgert. Last lap, 41.9 in the Team Lemon car.
Well, it's a valiant effort, but I think P2 is going to be the best that car can look for with such a gap to the leaders. But
it's crazy, isn't it? You've been running for 6.5 hours, 43s, 43s, 42s. Suddenly, we'll just hook up a 41.9 out of nowhere.
And we're looking at the stint for Helgert. That is a good 11 minutes into that stint as well. Those tyres are not going to be at their freshest. So
car off the circuit here.
Oh, the irony.
Yeah. The safety car is being anything but safe right now as Mitchell Van Winsum is facing the wrong way. The rejoin was fine, I guess, because nothing was coming.
Though not complete.
That's Chibbles and Hakima making their way through.
And then the Team Banana car follow. Oh, the Team Banana car has a moment of its own, just in the rear of the shot there, getting a little bit squirrely on exit.
Forgive the pun, but the Team Banana car has something of a slippery day today. Lightbot in chat saying that he expects Team Lime are going to catch Blueberry and then immediately get a drive-through penalty. Meanwhile, there's also a fight going on for P8, what I think is net P7, because the 103 car needs to stop again in the next 10 minutes. But Ivo van Collenberg is about 10 seconds ahead of Luke van der Heyden. And van der Heyden is the faster driver of the two by about half a second a lap. So that could be a fight that goes right to the wire as well. It's all to play for here. Tom Mack this time around. A 44.5 is still not a very good lap, all things considered.
And there's Hakimi is coming around to the final corner now. We should get a time out of them. And still keeping very close to Chibbles. So can't imagine this is going to be too horrible a lap time.
42.8, 43.3, and this time around it is a 42.9. It's another second and a half made up.
That's what they need to be doing at this point in the race. With
well, you can see the gap. Remaining. You can see the gap right there. It's 24 seconds. We got 24 minutes.
With they need to be taking about 1.6, 1.7 seconds out of the Team Blueberry car each lap if they want to. They want to close that gap up by the end. A bit more if they want to line up and overtake.
He's already taken a second out of the Blueberry car on this lap alone. So Tom Mack is really struggling. Perhaps this decision to stick on the old tyres is not going to work out for Blueberry. Speaking of old tyres, Charlie Chibbles is still going in P2. Must stop again. He's gone 54 minutes on this set of tyres, so clearly they are wanting to go for a splash of fuel, some fresh tyres, and you want to be blasting around in the 41s towards the latter part of this race, because Knack Track is going to be managing his tyres towards the end of this one.
I might even suggest that the Team Pineapple car?
This is the Pumpkin.
Pumpkin, of course. Yeah, I suspect that what they might try and do is just a splash and dash. Don't change the tyres. If you change the tyres, you're on for a guaranteed 30-second pit stop. If you just put in the extra fuel, then you can come out within 5-10 seconds. So I suspect that might be their play here, is to do the same as the Team Blueberry car. Come in, just a bit of fuel, come out with that extra gap, and just hope that they can hang on.
Well, Chibble's lap times on this old set of tyres are still good. He's done a 42.9, a 43.0 then, a 43.2, so he's still lapping at the same pace, actually, as the 67. So, I mean, if the tyres are hanging on that well, there's kind of no reason not to do the splash and dash. Looking back at the Blueberry versus Lime battle, a 44.4 for Tom Mack. Plays a 42.8 for Harkema. 22 minutes to go, 22 seconds to gap. Right now, we're on pace to get him at the last corner. Of course, the difference is, right now it's all just time on a leaderboard. The difference is, for the Blueberry car, when that green LimeWire car appears in the rear view mirror, suddenly it's a little bit more likely you might make a mistake.
Yeah, and with the I'll just take a look at the map. Well, it looks like thankfully for the Team Blueberry car, they've got a decent amount of clear space in front of them. Next car in ahead of them on track is the 67 car, just heading into through the chicanes now. So they're not likely to be held up by any traffic.
I'm going to say 43.4 from Mack this time round is a much better time. Harkema plays that with a, across the line, 42.3, personal best.
So they're trading lap times here. As one, they're just trying to keep that gap. Tom Mack doing what he needs to do at this point, putting in good lap times, as is Harkema. This is really going to come down to who can be, well, I hate to be clear about this, but it's just who can be the fastest at this point.
I mean, I think the time is perhaps ebbing away a little bit too quickly for Team Lime here. There's 20 to go in the FRS 420, and we have multiple races to the line. I mean, the team with no concerns, who have now eased off and are lapping in the 43s, are Regis Picobier, the French team, who are sailing towards a comfortable victory here in the 153 Aston Martin. And I think as well, because Chibbles needs to stop, Helget and Gonsalves in the Team Lemon car are on for a comfortable P2 as well. But we've got a fight on for P3 and a fight on for P5, and about to be a fight on for what will be P7 as well.
Yeah, for our race leaders, it definitely makes sense for them just to fall back on that pace a little bit, just make sure no mistakes are possible. Although often is the case is when, as soon as you start to back off and you start to bring those braking points back a little bit, start to push a little less, sometimes that's actually when mistakes can creep in.
Yeah.
You start to break your own flow. But,
get a bit lazy.
Yeah. Start to think about other things, and that's when the surprise snap of the car, or just a little bump in the road, can catch you by surprise when you weren't quite paying attention. But the one thing I did want to call out is, with this battle between Team Blueberry and Team Lime at the moment, it could play into the hands of Harkema, just the fact that the car now and the tyres are in a state where they don't mind being pushed so much. Harkema can lean on those tyres. For Tom Mack and the Team Blueberry car, those tyres have been doing an awful lot of running. If any sort of mistake, any twitch of this car, it's going to be a bit harder just to hold on to. Those tyres are not going to have as much grip to offer.
It's one of those things, isn't it, where right now it looks like Blueberry are doing enough. Harkema with a 43.1 last time round, Mac with a 44.4, so it's still 1.3 seconds different, but it's in 10 minutes time. What are the are the Blueberry tyres, are they going to start lapping in the 146s in about 10 minutes time? Can they hold on to I think the pace that they're doing now in the sort of, that's a 43.7 from Matt this time around. So that feels like it's good enough. If they can do that sort of pace to the end, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really just coming down to who can be consistent at this point.
42.7 for Harkema means it's a second gained again. But it's now 17.5 minutes to go and about 19 seconds the gap. It's not quite coming down quickly enough anymore, is it?
Not quite. As we say, we were watching before with the seconds gap being roughly about the minutes gap, or the minutes remaining in the race. That has now sort of separated out a bit. We've got 17 minutes remaining and 19 minutes the gap. So Blueberry maybe just doing enough to hold on to this one.
Yeah.
Do you have to bear in mind that will potentially be just a little bit longer after that timer hits 0, depending on where the cars are on track and where the leader is in comparison to these two runners.
Check in on the battle between the 369 and the 96, the Porsche for Orcapose Racing. Is on for a net P7 because the car ahead of David Moniz has to pit within the next 6 minutes. Similarly, Charlie Chibbles has to pit within the next 8 minutes. And we also expect the 18 car to be in as well because they've only got 3 minutes left of this stint as a maximum. So right now, Van der Hayden is around 6 seconds behind. That's him in the background. And looking like a solid P7 result for the Porsche if they can keep this going. Chibbles is going round again.
So it looks like Schneider in the pit lane there, we just see behind. So I suspect there are going to be a number of splash and dashes here in the dying moments of this race. And it could have a bit of a impact into the order. We'll see if anyone does decide. Well, I'm sure at this point no one will be deciding to either change drivers or put in any more, or sorry, change tyre sets. This is all just going to be fuel stops at this stage. Although Schneider's stationary for quite a while.
The car's gone up on the jacks, it looks. I mean, to be fair, oh no, they've gone. They've just done a splash and dash. So 13 seconds they were stationary for. $15 minutes to go. Frantic finish. We're watching the timing screens like a hawk. Tom Mack, 1.2 seconds slower than Harkema the last time around.
And the one thing to bear in mind now is Harkema, and Chibbles now catching onto the back of our current. Is that the banana? No, that's not the banana
It's
car.
the
is it?
it's the FRS team Brazil. Yeah, it's number 87. I think if Chibbles does the splash and dash here, I think they're easy on for this podium. He does need to stop. He's on 1 hour and 3 minutes for the stint. So within the next couple of laps, I'd say, just to play it safe. But that's Bruno Cini keeping well out the way.
Yeah, always the worry is when you get to the end of this your stint timer. If you do decide to extend it to the very last moment, you just praying on your mind is just don't have an incident during that final in lap that causes you to overrun that stint timer. If you overrun that stint timer, instant drive-through penalty.
Now, Tom Mack last time around 43.9, Harkema 43.8. So suddenly, the team line progress has been halted, and they're a long way behind target now.
Yeah, and especially that progress being halted now as they're stuck behind the Team Brazil car. Well, no, actually, it doesn't even seem to be stuck behind it. They're just considerably behind it.
I think
But
strategy-wise, the Lime car might not have got this right in the latter part of this race. I know they wanted to make a driver switch, so maybe they were doomed anyway. But they've lost a lot of time to the Blueberry car, who stuck it out with the same driver for that splash and dash.
with just 13 minutes remaining, the gap currently sitting at 17 seconds. Well, if Hakima wants any chance of catching Tom Mack, we need to see, well, what would be 8 or 9 laps remaining of this race. They all need to be perfect.
Chibbles is going again. What was the lap time this time around? 44.2 from Tom Mack. And a 43.3. So 9/10 quicker for Hakima, but that's not enough anymore.
Not nearly enough, no. Not at this stage of the race. Needs to be about 2 seconds a gap.
Also worth pointing out, by the way, that Chibbles has got... He's about half a second a lap quicker than Naktrack in the 67. Now, pit stop times have been... Let's have a look. Total pit time for the splash and dash for the 18 car was 56 seconds. And the gap from Chibbles to Naktrack is 1 minute and 4. So with the splash and dash, Chibbles has got this absolutely covered right now.
Oh, is it not a bit longer than 1 minute and 4? So my reading of this is there is 1 minute 24 because of the because of Helgut in between.
So I've got this as oh, it is, yeah, it's actually much further than that, isn't it? It's 1 minute and 2 plus
so another 10 seconds is the gap between Chibbles and Helgut.
Right.
So this will be interesting because the did Naktrack take new tyres on the stop?
They did, yes, they did.
They are lapping faster. So when Chibbles does make the splash and dash, they will still be on the old tyres. And the biggest problem when you do the splash and dash on quite old tyres is you come into the pit lane, you put your car stationary for however long it is.
Chibbles is in.
These tyres will be cooling down, losing pressure in the pit lane. And as they come out with the thinner rubber, they take longer to get up to pressure. You will see it would probably take Chibbles 2-3 laps to get back onto the pace he was doing before, just because the tyres will be under pressured.
Well, we're in with 10 minutes to go. And it's all on this pit stop for the final podium place. Marvin Helgut will move up into second position. We've known that was coming for a while. Where is the 67 car? It is in Aqua Minerale at the moment. Chibbles is on the move again. So they've got plenty of buffer by the looks of things. Naktrack is still only coming down towards Ravazza. There's barely even a race on here. Chibbles is out of the pit lane. Naktrack is still coming down the hill towards Ravazza. So with only 10 minutes to go, and Naktrack's run wide and made a mistake there. He's behind the race control car. So it looks like Chibbles is out. Got it right on the strategy. And Team Pumpkin are heading for the podium here. Inside the final 10 minutes of the FRS 420.
It was a 44-0 that time around for Team Blueberry as Hakima comes through the final turn now. That gap still sitting at hovering around 16 seconds. I think we probably need to stop calling this a race at the moment.
I mean, if you look as well, Hakima, he's done a legal lap this time around, but his previous 3 laps were all track warning invalidated. So he needs to be careful to not pick up a drive-through here.
And that lap only 1/10 faster than that of Tom Mack ahead. I think Team Blueberry, we thought it might have been close towards the end, but now looking like Team Blueberry, without barring any major mistakes, seem nailed on for P5.
Yep, I think there's only one more team to make a pit stop in this race, and that is the leader. They are at 1 hour and 2 minutes of this stint. I think genuinely they're going to miss the window by about 30 seconds. So it could be a splash and dash. I mean, they can afford to come in, put some new tyres on, and go for the fastest lap if they want to. There's no points for it, but there is glory to be had. They've got enough of a buffer. And it's Thomas Pirello leading this race still with 8 minutes to go, plus a little bit.
Don't have quite enough of a gap to do the ultimate of bad manners and come in and change the tyres, fuels and brakes, but have shown some real dominance here.
Yeah, it's been a really commanding performance from the French team. We welcomed them to FRS today. They've really shown us the ropes, it has to be said. Regis Picombier have been excellent today. They could take the penalty and still win. It would be a drive-through penalty. And I'm pretty sure if they wanted to do that, they could do it. I don't really see any reason to do it, to be honest. Might as well just come in and make the stop, the splash and dash. But Thomas Pirello is in the zone at the moment. Although they have eased off and lapping in the 43s right now. The leader going round again as we're into the final 7 minutes now. We're about to get a read on Chibble's lap time on the fresh rubber, but he's a good 24 seconds ahead of Track. Is it 80 seconds on top for not serving a drive-through? It could be.
I'm not sure at this circuit. That it does differ circuit to circuit. It could be 1 minute here at Imola.
Chibble straight back on it with a lap half a second quicker than Track managed last time around, so that one is done. The fight now is this one. 6 minutes to go. Ivo van Collenberg sits in P7 for Orcapo's Racing. And for Team Dog, Luke van der Heyden is just 1.3 seconds behind after 6 hours and 54 minutes of racing. This is a fight to the flag.
This is what we love to see in endurance racing. There'll always be at least one of these by the time you get into the final 10 minutes of the race. Drivers who've been out there on track, putting in their lap times for 7 hours. You get to the end and they're separated by less than a second. It's a fantastic job by these two, and well, 5 minutes remaining. Let's see what they can do.
They are 5 laps off the lead, but we're fighting for P7. As I said, that from the very first lap, we've had a split in the field between the top 6 and then the rest. So this is kind of the endurance equivalent of Formula 1.5, a chance for a class win, I would call it here, between these two. We will see what Van der Heyden can do.
Oh, well, we just had one spin for the FRS Team Banana car, and we've just had another one. As looks like as you alluded to earlier, looks like someone's putting banana skins out on the track for these guys. As that was just 2 spins in a single sector. Those rear tyres must be cooked at this point, and they really just need to try and take care of this car.
Just got to get to the flag now. And here's the Porsche and the Mercedes again. We've got less than 5 minutes left. Just don't make a mistake now when you've got a P7. Easier said than done. In this situation, it really... I mean, is it better to be the car ahead or the car behind? Because the car ahead's got the P7 that they want. The car behind's got nothing to lose here.
At this Imola circuit, I would definitely say it's better to be the car in front. However, when the car in front is a Porsche and the car behind is a Mercedes, not so sure of that with this long straight. It's
So VMAX for both of these cars. The Porsche has done a maximum of 258 kilometers an hour on the straight. It is one of 2 cars that hasn't made it to 260. The Mercedes has topped out at 266, so there's quite a difference there as we watch them scrap it out into the final 3 minutes.
The Mercedes team, they just need to make sure that they can capitalize, get that perfect exit from the final corner, get that run, and well, their car will take care of the rest. As we heard about the that top speed advantage the Mercedes has, they just need to get that final corner right. And it just looks like touch scrappy on that lap. I mean, that gap was just a bit too long.
Yeah, you need to be within half a second, certainly, but you can see the Mercedes coming now. Little bit of toe. It was about half a second at the end of the straight, and it's going to loom like it's a scary-looking car to have in the rear-view mirror, is that Mercedes.
Yeah, the Mercedes with the front grille looks like it does look like it wants to eat you when it's up behind you, and well, definitely wants to take P7 off of the Porsche ahead.
Just over 2 minutes to go. So really a couple of laps in play, depending on where the leader is on the circuit. Van der Heyden is all over the back. But as I say, we need to be within about half a second, I would say. It's all about the exit from the Ravazza.
Oh, it was a good run through Variante Outer that time. The Mercedes sticking close.
The leaders have pitted, by the way, right at the end of their pit window. So that will, in theory, extend the race a little bit here. So the Mercedes is close enough now, I think. It's about half a second was the figure I said. They're certainly going to be able to make a challenge, I think, by the time they get to the end of the straight. Here comes Van der Heyden.
Just leaving the pit lane now. Could actually be interfering with this battle. Oh, it does. And that's allowed the Mercedes through.
Van der Heyden does it. With 55 seconds left on the clock. Team Dog make their way up into P7. Heartbreak there for Orcapos Racing, who move out the way to let the race leader through.
Oh, and that was just the worst timing for them. The race leader coming out of the pitch just in front of the battle meant that the Porsche couldn't take the outside line. Maybe to defend the position, it had to give that all up.
I mean, there's certainly an argument that the Porsche could maybe have just held the inside line there and forced the Mercedes to make that decision. They left the gap on the inside and paid the price for it, but great stuff from Luc van der Heyden there. And yeah, it looks like Ivo van Collenberg is perhaps running out of tyres a little bit now, just getting it to the end now that that fight is done. We are watching Thomas Pirello for Regis Picombier Racing. Now, is this, the time's hit 0, is it time plus a lap or is it just time?
So it would be just time for this race. And as we come around for the final few corners.
I think there's a few cars here just realising the leaders there, moving to one side so they don't have to do another lap. And this is going to be it. 2 corners to go for Thomas Pirello and Regis Picombier, who have turned up qualified second and produced an absolutely stunning performance here in the FRS 420. Across the line comes Thomas Pirello, and Regis Picombier win the FRS 420. Congratulations to the French team, who've been absolutely brilliant today. Have dominated the field, and they're clear by well over a lap to FRS Team Lemon, who are in second place.
And worth pointing out, our P4 finishers have, or P4 runners have also finished, securing their position.
Indeed.
That is Nattrack. As we got yellow flags out for, oh, no, we don't.
It's
I
Tom
thought
Mack.
we had yellow flags out for Tom Mack, but I think that was just driving close to the pit wall as they secure themselves P5.
Second place in the 420 goes to FRS Team Lemon. Team Lemon still the dominant FRS fruit team. Brilliant stuff today from Marvin Helgett and Gabriel Gonsalves. And congratulations to them for making it to the finish and picking up a podium. It's going to be Charlie Chibbles for Team Pumpkin. There's been a bit of banter in the server between Pumpkin and Monkey, who finished in 4th place. And it's going to be Pumpkin who get the bragging rights today. Chibbles and Kovac have done it. They've got the last podium place. And they're going to come across the line now. Team Lime have also finished in P6. Pumpkin across the line to take the final podium place in the 420. Congratulations to Charlie Chibbles and Kevin Kovac. A great drive today. The LimeWire car is already back in the pit lane. We await Team Dog. That's Woonich Racing crossing the line as well to get a top 10 finish. Congratulations to them. And it was P7 for Team Dog, P8 for the Porsche of Orcapose Racing, P9 for the Crofty Posting ACC Advocates, and P10 for Woonich Racing. The Ferrari of Crofty Posting French Guiana team were 11th, and then it's FRS Team Race Control in 12th. 13th place in the end went to FRS Team Kush, and then it was Team Banana and Team Brazil, the final finisher today. But as much as anything, congratulations to everybody for completing the race. Everyone who completed the race, everyone who took part in the race. It's been a wonderful event today. And thank you to everyone who's tuned in as well. It wouldn't have been the same without you.
And congratulations to the FRS for completing their first endurance race. Not always the easiest thing to do, not always the smoothest thing to organise, but 7 hours and, well, with 15 cars making it to the end, definitely a strong showing.
Indeed, the FRS has popped its endurance event cherry today, and I think that's a solid start. It's a very solid start. Hopefully, the league can build on that and run more events like this. Because I think we've got the setup and the mindset to be able to do it, and we've got the talent as well to be able to do it as well. So, thanks from me go to Roy Weller, who has joined me for the latter part of this race. Thank you very much, Roy, for hopping in.
Thank you for having me.
And yeah, it was a great last hour to call. We had lots of stuff to talk about, which is what you want. A special thanks as well to Dan Gilligan, who popped in over the course of the afternoon, where we discussed lots of things such as, well, the Nico Hulkenberg, Mick Schumacher situation. We discussed which car had the scariest looking face on the front of it. And we also, at various times, discussed the actual race itself. Congratulations to everyone in the FRS who's organised this. Cruzo, Hummersep, Fraser. A big shout out to Archduke Oregano and Aralac on the stewarding team, Lightbot and Prune Tracy and Screeper and AWD Turbo Guy and Kuma, also worthy of a mention as well. And yeah, congratulations to our winners, Ben Loppard and Thomas Pirello, for Regis Picombier coursing team number 153 in the Aston Martin. I've been Greg Harrison. This has been the FRS 420, and we will catch you sometime soon here on FRS Motorsports.